full magazines.
While the videos appear to show Alex Preddy was disarmed before shots were fired, President Trump blaming so-called sanctuary cities for, quote, encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct ICE operations to arrest the worst of the worst. Top immigration officials say they were working to arrest a dangerous criminal in the country illegally when the fatal shooting occurred.
This individual is still roaming the streets today.
This was entirely avoidable. If we had a governor, if we had a mayor, if we had leadership in Washington and over Minnesota that actually cared about their citizens, this would never have happened because there would be law enforcement on the streets helping ICE.
Now, Democrats are also making clear they will not be voting in favor of a spending bill that includes new funding for the Department of Homeland Security without major changes made to it first. And with government funding set to expire this Friday, a government shutdown could be inevitable.
We have a bill about funding them, giving them more money. I'm not voting for that, and I didn't vote for tripling their budget over this summer.
Key Democrats who helped end the shutdown the last time around also announcing they'll vote no. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer making clear Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included. Several people, including many Republicans, raising concerns following Saturday's shooting, calling for congressional investigations. Senator Bill Cassidy writing, the credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
An upcoming vote in the Senate has been delayed until tomorrow due to the severe winter weather. Coming up for consideration is a $1.2 trillion funding package for major agencies, including the Pentagon and Department of Homeland Security. Lawmakers have until Friday to pass the package or face a partial government shutdown. Senate Republicans can speed up the process, but they need at least 7 Democrats to vote alongside them tomorrow in order to do so.
Local 12 winter weather coverage sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Well, the tri-state isn't the only place hit hard by the snow. Winter Storm Fern rolled across the country over the weekend. Hundreds of thousands of people in the South are left without power. 190 million people across 37 states are under winter weather alerts. A man in Mississippi says he's blessed to have gas right now.
Just blessed to get my natural gas on. I got natural gas, but I still ain't got no lights, and I had a griller to cook on. I got something cooking on it now, so God been good to me, and I thank him for it. And we got trees down everywhere, and our power went out by 2 o'clock last night.
President Trump approved emergency declarations for at least a dozen states. Down in Tennessee, the icy conditions split a tree down the middle. Jared Ambrose took photos of the tree that had been cut into 4 even sections. The area around Nashville got about ½ an inch of ice accumulation. I don't know, Tara, if you are able to know what would cause that. Is it the tree expanding after it had water in it? We talked about that a little bit last week.
Yeah, for exploding trees.
Exploding trees, yeah.
Honestly, if it was ice, it could have just been the weight of the top of the tree just funneled down.
Gotcha.
And then, but to see it split like that is wild.
Crazy.
Usually they kind of just concave in. But it has been a wild 48 hours. So we are just seeing flurries. Roads are still a mess. Jen's going to obviously update you on that as well. It's impressive, but one of the smallest numbers we had was at CVG, so we really didn't fully make our way into the record books. Now, yesterday we did. 9.2 was our total yesterday at CVG. The old record from January 25th was 5.8. That was into 2004. So we're now on the books for 9.2 in total. We had 10.2, but some of us receiving upwards of 11, 12, 13 inches of snow. And those are from not only residents, but those that we know and can confirm those numbers. So snow tries to take a break, but cold gets worse. We have now dropped down to 8. We're expecting a little sun that may help with some melting, but we are not even done with this winter storm warning because the roads continue to be a worry, a big worry. So through noon today, we still have a winter storm warning. We have a cold weather advisory for wind chills as cold as 10 below. That extends until 6 p.m. today. It's actually even colder tomorrow. So we have an extreme cold warning to get through, and I'll talk more on that in your full forecast. But snow is dotting the the tri-state. On the roofs, it looks beautiful, but on the roads, it is a mess. And it's going to be really hard to clean up considering we're at 8, feeling like 7 below with northwest winds at 12. And with this light powdery snow, it's beautiful. It's very crystally. It could blow around with those winds. Make sure with the winds too that you are dressing extremely warm when stepping outside for any length of time, whether short or long, as we do not warm up much today. Your forecast only sees a high of 10, but the sun's going to try and help a little bit. So we're going to talk through how long this extreme Arctic cold sticks around and how a few additional snow chances sneak in too. That's coming up. Jen, back to you.
All right, Tara, thank you. Kids across the tri-state, are getting a long weekend. Hundreds of local schools are closed today due to the snow and the cold. You can find a full list on local12.com. Look at all those. They're scrolling through it right now. Just click School Watch. It is under the Weather tab. We also have them scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Well, be sure to check your flight. I'm sure you know that before you leave for the airport, but we wanted to show you video of plows cleaning the runway, or at least trying to, at CVG. Hundreds of flights were canceled over the weekend. Dozens of flights have been canceled already today. CVG has a list of all those cancellations and delays on its website. We have a link to that under the Get It tab on local12.com. The city of Cincinnati has deployed dozens of snow plows throughout the day to remove snow and treat the roads. This is a look at the city's online snow tracker, which updates every 15 minutes. It shows you which roads have been pre-treated and plowed. You can get to the city's online snow tracker by going to local12.com. Just click the Get It tab to find that link. Well, we're also checking the impacts the snow had in Warren County. Local 12's Daniel Zivian has the latest on clearing the streets and sidewalks in Deerfield Township.
We drove about 10 minutes from here, which actually the roads are pretty dangerous. There's a guy who got stuck. His tire completely came off. And I don't know, if you don't have four-wheel drive, I wouldn't be out here. I don't know.
And that's not going to stop you guys, right? Never! With more snow coming down, not everyone could spend a day at the sledding hill.
It's a little slow, but it gets it done.
Some residents had to work.
I use a square point because it's longer and it doesn't hurt the back nowhere near as much. That's why I use this square point. I used to shovel a lot of gravel back in the day.
Benjamin shoveled his driveway for a couple hours and says he hasn't seen this much snow since growing up in Dayton.
Wife took a nap upstairs and I decided to sneak out and be a good husband.
Benjamin says no matter how much you want to get back inside, you shouldn't rush it.
Take your time. Anybody that's out there shoveling, please just take your time. Just do a little bit at a time and, you know, go out for 10, 15 minutes, take 10, 15-minute break, just a little bit at a time.
Good advice there. That was Daniel Zivian reporting. The American Heart Association recommends pushing or sweeping the snow rather than lifting and throwing it. The AHA says exertion could increase your risk of heart attack. Cincinnati's extreme winter weather daytime shelter is open again today for people in need. The shelter is open from 6 this morning to 7 tonight at the St. Anthony Center in Over the Rhine, providing food, blankets, and you can get free bus transportation to and from the group's overnight winter shelter and on Guest Street. All 22 Cincinnati recreation centers will also be open today, and Hamilton County public libraries will be open for anyone trying to get out of the cold. The Emergency Shelter of Northern Kentucky also activated a 24-hour warming center. It's open through tomorrow morning at 9. The organization serves men and women 18 years and older who are experiencing homelessness. Once shelter beds are full, the shelter will continue operating under special procedures using the navigation center. Well, Rumpke says the winter storm is forcing a delay in its garbage pickups. Garbage collections will be delayed by a day in Butler, Hamilton, and Warren counties all week. Some Rumpke landfill and recycling centers will also be closed. You can see a full list of areas affected on local12.com. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear will provide an update on the weather conditions in the Commonwealth this morning. The governor is holding a press conference at 9 this morning. He's expected to talk about Kentucky's ongoing response to the storm. Nearly 1,500 plow trucks are working to keep roads passable. Kentuckians are advised to stay off the roads as much as possible to let crews work. Well, the time now is 4:35. We're enjoying seeing your pictures and your videos of the snow. We love to see those. Coming up, we look at some of how you spent your day in the snow. Next on Good Morning Cincinnati. .437 right now. We are taking a look at your roads. I believe this is a look at 75 all the way up from Cincinnati Dayton Road down to the Brent Spence Bridge approach. I drove 75 and 74 and 71 about 3:15 to 3:30 this morning, and it was very dangerous. And I am in a 4x4 truck. Thanks to my husband this morning, let me borrow that. So you can see some cars are moving along the interstates, but let me tell you, when you're coming off those entrance and exit ramps, it can be very slick. And you can see the crews are trying to get through, but it's so cold out there, it's hard to treat some of these roads, and they've got a lot to plow. So I believe Hamilton County is still under a level 3 snow emergency. We're going to check that. They haven't updated it yet and let you know if we have any other problems. I don't have any major crashes right now, but roads are very slick, and we recommend you stay off them if you can. But we'll have a full look coming up in just a bit. It is, again, 4:38. We have news crews all over the tri-state this morning, but we can't be everywhere, which is why we want to thank you all for sending in your photos and videos to chime in. We love to show them, and here's a few that were sent in to us last night. Take a look at this video from viewer Donna. Her dachshund loves the snow. Oh my gosh. Okay, I could watch that all day. How cute is that? But I think this is a little bit too much snow for his little legs there. But he had fun. He went back right inside though. He was done. All right. I Can Help. Michelle sent us this video of how snow removal can devolve into playtime. She writes, dogs love snow days as well. I couldn't get my dog in yesterday. He's an Australian Shepherd and he just was loving it. And take a look at this awesome snow fort. Michaela sent us this video of her family hanging out in this amazing backyard igloo. It was really good packing snow. And how about a little ice hockey? Or at least some street hockey in the snow. Star sent us this video of a hockey game on a frozen creek. It is ice hockey. Looks like a whole lot of fun there, as long as they're staying safe, which it looks like it. And how about a little snowy weather photo shoot? William sent us this awesome drone video. Don't know where exactly that is, but that is really neat. All right, everybody, stay safe and warm out there. We have the Weather Authority here at Local 12, but there is a young and up-and-coming meteorologist we want to show you. Let us introduce you to 11-year-old Avery.
It's 4:48 p.m. in southern Ohio, and we are waiting on the snow. It should start about half an hour or an hour, and we're gonna be measuring it with weenies. A full weenie! We have a full weenie of snow, and look how hard it's snowing. 7 a.m. And you can see how hard it's snowing, the big flakes now. It's gonna be like this all day. It's 8 a.m. of your weenie weather update. And it's 5:42 p.m. Yeah. Very cold outside, it's still snowing. It should stop soon though. Weenies with the snow.
Love the fact that the American flag is behind him there, and they warned me that we had that video coming, but I had not seen it yet. And just, it's fantastic. All right, keep the photos and videos coming. Upload them at local12.com/chime-in, and we will feature them on the air and online if we can. Time now is 4:40. The matchup for Super Bowl 60. Oh boy, it is set. And there's once again a former UC Bearcat taking the field for a big game. We'll tell you who next on Good Morning Cincinnati. .43 now. Super Bowl 60 is set. It will be a rematch of Super Bowl 49 between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. The Patriots beat the Broncos in a low-scoring game, 10-7. I think weather played a little bit of part in that later in the game. And to win the AFC Championship, it was a closer game, though, in Seattle. The Seahawks, they beat the Los Angeles Rams 31-27. With Seattle's win, a former UC Bearcat is headed to the Super Bowl. Former UC team captain and 2021 Jim Thorpe Award winner Kobe Bryant helped lead the Seahawks to win the NFC Championship game last night. The safety was drafted by the Seahawks in 2022. Bryant is the 35th Bearcat to appear in a Super Bowl. This will also mark the 7th straight Super Bowl with a Bearcat. The big game is February 8th, of course, at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California.
Local 12 winter weather coverage sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Well, the Transit Authority of Northern Kentucky services will resume today. Tanks suspended routes over the weekend. They will resume normal service at 9 this morning if road conditions allow. We'll keep you updated on that. Cincinnati Metro will be running as normal, though you should expect some delays and detours. Metro says any updates on service will come through the Transit app as well as Metro's Detour blog. They note in a post on Facebook that Metro buses cannot stop safely on snowy or icy hills. They recommend you board at the top or the bottom of hills. Well, it is just about 4:45 right now. Of course, weather, road conditions on top of mind around the tri-state, and meteorologist Tara Blake is updating her computer right now, so she's going to be with us in just a second. But again, I want to let you know, on my way in here, and I'm driving a 4x4 truck, it was really scary at times. I know crews are out there doing the best they can, but Tara, it's just hard to treat when it's this cold, right?
It was wild yesterday. As crews would clear or try to clear, the snow would immediately follow it up. And so they worked extremely hard yesterday trying to keep up, and they're now trying to play catch up in very cold temperatures, as Jen said. So really getting down to that deepest layer is nearly impossible because everything's frozen to the ground at this point. So yeah, it is going to be troublesome, not only on major roads, but it is even worse on secondary roads and rural roads, especially because they were not touched at all. We're taking a look at one of the spots here, Oxford, that had more snow than others. And you can see, we know that there were definitely some clearing happening, but yet our roads are completely covered for that beautiful downtown shot. Let's talk numbers. So some of the biggest for us here found Batesville, Indiana, 14.2. Crittenton also at 14 inches. Wow. Monroe, 13, 12 from Middletown. I was watching you, Middletown. Your numbers just kept going up and kept going up. So I'm actually surprised that Batesville won the top spot. You had a lot of snow yesterday. Beautiful, but dangerous to be out in, especially because it's so cold. For Sales, Indiana at 11.1. Now, again, these are totals for both Saturday and Sunday. We saw about an inch on average through the Saturday activity, the bulk of this coming on Sunday. Cleves, 10.5, same story in Hamilton, just a little bit less at the International Airport. John and I are wondering, this one, though, Hebron had more than this. It felt like this number was a little bit small, but that's what goes down in the record books. Still setting a record, though, for one day's time in the way of snowfall. Mainville at 10, same story in Wyoming, Ohio. We've got a few more. Mason, Ohio, 9.5, same story. Dillsboro, 9 at Wilmington. Glendale and Georgetown in the 8s. So let's talk about that biggest one-day snowfall total. The top spot, 1998. 11.8. We were so close. We were number 7, though, because this only counts for one day. So 9.2 was your 125, 20, 26, but that was the first time that the 2000s have been on the board. The last time was 2010. They're at 8.3. This beast of a winter storm is not quite done. You can still see the snow off to the northeast of us. There's a few lows that are kind of combining and impacting. You're more so seeing the low here. For us, we still have a chance for a few flurries, maybe even a few flakes to try and increase a little bit this afternoon, but no real accumulations. We could see a little sun that's going to try and help do some melting, but it's very, very cold. Not helping crews, not helping kids get back into school. I could definitely see issues for kids back into school through at least Tuesday. Cold weather advisory until 6 o'clock for wind chills as cold as 10 below, and that's pretty much all day. Then an extreme cold warning for Tuesday morning. We are going to see potentially 15 to 20 below. So extremely cold temperatures. So right now we are sitting at about 7 below. We will find even into the afternoon hours, we stay well below 0 for feels, and then tomorrow morning is the worst of it. Your 7-day forecast, when we can maybe get some help from Mother Nature for some melting, possibly next Tuesday, Wednesday for getting back into the 30s. This is an extended period of Arctic air. We're going to talk more on that in your next full forecast, as well as a few more small snow chances too. Jen, back to you.
All right, Tara, thank you. A private jet with 8 people on board crashed on takeoff from an airport in Bangor, Maine. It is unclear if anyone was hurt or killed in the crash. The plane went down as snow was falling in the area. That caused low visibility. Early reports indicate the plane was a business jet and was registered to a company in Houston, Texas. Authorities are on the scene. The Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are investigating. The airport is closed and the public is asked to avoid the area. We've got some recall alerts for you this morning. Navitas Organics is voluntarily recalling organic chia seeds over concerns some packages may be contaminated with salmonella. The 8-ounce packages were distributed around the country to stores, including Whole Foods, markets and through online retailers like Amazon. Most of the packages being recalled have expiration dates of either April or May 2027. There's been no reports of sicknesses, though, but if you have the chia seeds product, you should either throw it away or return it to where it was bought for a refund. Academy Sports and Outdoors has issued a nationwide recall for more than 35,000 rocker chairs. The company reports the legs can break on Magellan-branded Odyssey rocker chairs, creating a fall and injury hazard. This recall affects chairs manufactured in July and August of 2025. If you own one of them, stop using it right away, and you can return the chair to any Academy Sports and Outdoor store, full refund, and contact their customer service to return it by mail at no cost. As more Americans rely on the convenience of online shopping, many businesses are working to make their shipping habits more eco-friendly. Take a look at how a global e-commerce giant is destroying boxes for the sake of sustainability.
Amazon's Innovation Lab is less warehouse and a little more UFC, a place where packages get slammed, shaken, and dropped over and over again.
You can buy everything from a single feather up to a kayak, and we have to figure out how to get all of those different type of products to a customer, which is a unique challenge.
Amazon's John Sly says there's a science to ensuring products are sturdy enough to make it from a fulfillment center to your house with as little packaging as possible. Here, engineers conduct weather testing, run delivery truck simulations, and even operate compression stations to see how boxes and pouches fare when they are stacked or picked up by machinery.
We have to come up with packaging that can handle all of those different scenarios.
But Sly says the objective stays the same, to minimize plastic and cardboard in each shipment.
Amazon is a business, and we're obviously trying to make economical choices with our materials, but I think, we feel that we can make decisions that are good for the business and good for the environment at the same time.
And other companies are working to promote their push for more sustainable packaging, including recent initiatives from Patagonia, ASOS, and Zara. But those corporate efforts are somewhat offset by the change in consumer habits. Data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows e-commerce steadily growing, representing more than 18% of U.S. retail sales revenue in 2024, up 6% year over year, underscoring how an extra shake could contribute to future sustainability.
If you send any time-sensitive documents by mail, a change at the U.S. Postal Service could mean major adjustments for when you drop those off. The U.S. Postal Service announced the date you drop mail in the mailbox may no longer be the date it's officially processed and postmarked. USPS recommends mailing documents a few days early or go inside the post office and get the date stamped at the counter, what's called a manual postmark. The adjustment is part of the agency's 10-year plan to cut costs and restore profitability.
All postal operators are basically trying to reimagine a business model that for the last 250 years has been pretty stable. It's only since 2007 that things have gone awry.
Experts say one concern is people with mobility issues or in rural communities far from a post office may find it difficult to get to a physical location. Separately, USPS raised the price to ship some packages starting earlier this month. Well, the massive winter storm affected much of the U.S. and it kept a lot of people at home. But some still made it to the multiplex to catch a movie. 28 years later, The Bone Temple fell from second to fifth place with $3.6 million. The housemaid took in more than $4 million to stay in two. Zootopia 2 made another $5.7 million, remaining in third place. After 5 weekends on top, Avatar, Fire and Ash finally lost the crown with only $7 million. Don't worry, they've made plenty of money before that. Mercy is the new #1 movie. Chris Pratt plays a detective pleading his innocence before an AI judge. The sci-fi thriller debuted with $11 million. Time now. It's 4:54. Businesses and schools across the tri-state are closed due to the snow and ice and cold. We have Paul Poteet and Chelsea Sick out live in the field with the latest conditions. Now here's a quick look at some of the roads around the area.
The 444 Traffic Report, sponsored by Blake Maislin.
Well, it's hard to imagine wanting to jump into cold water right now when it's freezing outside, but medical reporter Liz Bonis went to a fitness center on the west side where many people do that for their health.
Hey there, everybody, this is Kathleen Bardish. She says regular cold plunges, even in cold weather, improve everything from her mental health to her skin.
The sauna is really very relaxing to me. I love the red light, the infrared light.
It's all part of what's called contrast therapy for Kathleen here at Ohio's MyFitness Suites. The red light sauna first for about 25 minutes, and then
once the light goes off, then I have to mentally prepare myself for the cold.
The cold is pretty miserable when it's outside, but Kathleen doesn't hesitate to hop into the cold in here.
You're going from roughly 140 degrees infrared heat to roughly 45 degrees.
A recent meta-analysis of cold water immersion may explain why the immediate benefits are pretty powerful.
When you get out of the cold plunge, and you just feel so energized.
But after reviewing nearly 3,200 people who did cold water immersion, from ice baths to cold plunges, researchers found there is good short-term stress relief. And one study found cold water immersion led to people taking fewer sick days from work.
Probably the biggest thing people notice initially is that they leave feeling really good energy, really good mood response.
Like anything, Tyler Menke says you need other activities for total wellness. But researchers in this study found it was tough to measure how long cold immersion benefits last. As for Kathleen,
the first 15 seconds is the hardest because your body is just in a little state of shock.
The easy part is getting out.
Now, the cost of this contrast therapy can range from $10 to $40, depending on package deals with your fitness and wellness centers. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonis reporting.
Now, here's a look at today in history.
The tri-state pummeled with snow, more than a foot in some places. Now crews are working to get all the roads cleared and safe for driving. We'll take a look at how the snow is affecting your Monday plans now at 5.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good Monday morning. I'm Jen Dalton.
And I'm Sheila Gray. Paul Poteet is out in downtown, and he'll be checking in with us in just a moment. But first, Tara Blake is here. I stayed downtown last night, and I was pretty impressed with how well they had the roads plowed on the main streets.
Well, I drove the interstates and some of the secondary roads where I came from, the west side. And let me tell you, at 3 o'clock this morning, I'm in a 4x4 truck, my husband's truck, and it was scary.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're doing the best they can out there. I'm going to show you the roads just a second. But Tara, the cold is it's going to keep getting colder, and that's not going to help, right?
Right.
Sheila, your roads were good?
I was on Vine Street, and it was pretty good. I drove all the way to Liberty, and then Liberty was okay. Yeah.
Mine were not done.
You were
at
the
all.
banks, right?
I was at the banks.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
No. It's so cold that the snow is still on our highways, despite, I'm sure, them making many passes trying to get them safe and clear, but it's frozen to the ground. Couldn't keep up yesterday, and now today is going to be a struggle because the cold is not helping. So dangerous roads continue. Secondary roads are impassable in some spots, so just be very, very careful. And I say impassable if you have four-wheel drive, you have a bigger truck or an SUV, probably going to be able to get through. But if you still have one of the cars that rides lower, I would be extremely cautious over the next couple of days. We are brutally cold, so if you get stuck, and I saw many doing that yesterday and even a few this morning, you are dealing with wind chills at 5 to 10 to 15 below, and that Arctic air won't leave. We, as of right now, do not get back above freezing until Tuesday of next week, not this week. currently falling to 8. We have a little break in the cloud cover. Some flurries have been flying, but without the clouds, not so much seeing that. I do see the chance for some flurries this morning, maybe even a stray little flake into the afternoon, but nothing that's going to add on. No accumulations, just kind of flying around. And that is a possibility of issues for today, too, is blowing snow. It is so fine. It's beautiful. It's crystally. But when you get the wind and it starts whipping, it starts blowing around. So that is a possibility for some more dangerous issues on our roads. 8 degrees, feels like 7 below. Western winds at 12, gusts as high as 20 miles per hour. So we do have a cold weather advisory. We are going to be just as cold as we are right now in the afternoon hours. 10 is it for a high. We will fall even more tonight. Tonight is going to be extremely cold. So you can see here, we keep the negatives in front of the numbers, but a cold warning is in place for tomorrow morning. We'll talk more on that and get you ready for it coming up. Jen, let's check it with you now and see how the roads are as you've been tracking it and even watching here this morning on the highways, right?
Yep. I think at this point we are still under a level 3 in Hamilton County, which means you shouldn't be out on the roads unless you're emergency personnel. You need to check in with your workplace first. But we are waiting to confirm that. That had not been updated since yesterday. So if there is any change on that, we'll let you know. We are taking a look, though, at 75 from Tylersville Road. That's that top left camera, all the way down to the Brent Spence Bridge, which is that top right camera, and in between. And you can see there are vehicles out on the road right now. I drove that stretch in the bottom left camera, which is going towards Fort Washington Way on 75, and it was a little scary for me out there. And that's just the interstates. Here's 71 from Kings Mills to downtown. You can see along Fort Washington Way, that area looks like it needs another replow. And again, those crews are out there doing the best that they can. They're trying to get all around the tri-state this morning. That car's going pretty fast down there. I wouldn't recommend that. 71 right near downtown Cincinnati. These are the areas I really want you to be extra cautious. The entrance ramps, the exit ramps, the elevated surfaces as you're coming off 471 into downtown Cincinnati. Here's a look at 71 right near Reading and Gilbert. And again, you can see some vehicles moving okay on the interstates there. But if you don't have, four-wheel drive or you're not comfortable in this kind of conditions, I would stay off the roads. There's a look at 71, 75 down near Erlanger. We will continue to take a look at the roads, of course, multiple times throughout the morning. It's going to be much slower than normal, so if you have to be somewhere this morning, give it a lot of extra time. I want to send it out to meteorologist Paul Poteet, who is in downtown Cincinnati, to see what he's got going on down there and what he's observing. Hey, Paul.
I got it all going on, Jen. Good morning, and good morning, Cincinnati. We're around 3rd and Walnut. If I look over here, the Great American Ballpark is over there, and the Heritage Center is over there. And behind me back here is where they've been working. Matter of fact, this section that we're in right now, which is fairly clear, we're around 3rd and Walnut this morning. They've been working over the last hour or so. But I will also second the emotion that some of the downtown streets still, the streets themselves are fairly clear. They've at least made a couple of passes at them. But man, some of the when we were driving around, some of the intersections, once you are turning or into turn lanes or whatever, then it gets a little jacked in some spots. And you can see the flashing lights behind me. We were looking earlier at some of the folks loading up some of the snow. And in the video from about half an hour or so ago, you can see what they were doing down here, trying to, move the snow that they had been moving, move it to a different place. I was texting Matt Bruning from ODOT, and he says they have, facilities that they take this to. A couple of different spots, and they try to, I guess, keep it away from, their environmental concerns because of obviously, the stuff that it's scooping up from the roads. In addition to the snow, of course, you're getting all the, the fluids from cars and such, so they don't just go down and dump it into the river, but they have a procedure that they use to get the snow once they're getting it off to the sides of the streets this morning, and then literally go dump the snow, which I think is a great idea. I think we should do it every season. But do bundle up this morning. It's only going to take about 20 minutes if you have exposed skin for frostbite to start kicking in with these kinds of wind chills. So I've finally taken up smoking late in life. You can see your breath, and we'll see what it looks like throughout the morning downtown here on Good Morning Cincinnati, live from 3rd and Walnut. It's meteorologist Paul Poteet. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Paul's going to keep us entertained all morning. He did yesterday, too. Here's a live look at Dixie Highway over near the Kroger store and near Beechwood High School. You can see the plows are out, and you can actually see pavement there in Fort Mitchell. That's Dixie Highway, and looks like they've been doing a good job, where Kenton County is still under a level 2 snow emergency, so get your cars off the street if you didn't already. They look like they're doing pretty well over there. Side streets probably another story, though, Jen.
Yeah, absolutely. Kids across the tri-state were rejoicing yesterday in many areas because they're getting a long weekend. I know my son was very happy. Hundreds of local schools are closed today. I mean, hundreds due to
universities.
Yeah, and universities, snow and cold. You can find a full list on local12.com. You just click School Watch. You first go to the weather tab, and then it's School Watch is under that, and we have them scrolling as well at the bottom of your screen.
If you have a flight leaving from the Cincinnati International Airport, you better check that this morning. This is some video of the plows out cleaning the runways at CVG. Hundreds of flights were canceled this weekend. Dozens of flights today are already canceled. A whole bunch are delayed, too. I looked at the website a little bit ago. CVG has a list of cancellations and delays on its website, but if you need help getting there, just go to local12.com, click News, click Get It links. It's there as well.
Well, Rumpke says the winter storm is forcing a delay in garbage pickups. You can imagine that. Garbage collections will be delayed by a day across the tri-state all week. Some Rumpke landfill and recycling centers will also be closed. You can see a full list of areas affected on local12.com.
It's 5:09 and 8 degrees right now. The extreme cold, of course, is especially dangerous for people experiencing homelessness.
Can you imagine? Well, we'll tell you where shelters are open to keep people safe from the frigid temperatures. That's ahead on Good Morning Cincinnati.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
8 to as much as 13 inches of snow fell here in the tri-state, and we are playing cleanup in Arctic air, which is no fun. Thank you to all of our crews that have been working pretty much since last Wednesday to get ready for this event, and we'll continue to have to work very hard as cleanup is going to continue. So for today, if you're trying to venture out, I know most businesses and schools are off, but just in case you have to be to work, to give yourself plenty of extra time because of the brutal cold air and even some flurries flying around. No additional snow predicted. I still have a red light on for the entire day. Our secondary roads have yet to see any help, so those are going to be very dangerous. I know I was checking in with my husband yesterday, and he's like, our neighborhood hasn't been touched. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to ever get home. Tuesday for us, we do have the coldest air of the week. We do have an extreme cold warning because of it, so that is not going to help crews. It does get a little better in the afternoon, but because of the extreme cold, I do have the red light on for Tuesday as well. I think a lot of schools will be out for the cold or still for the roads. Trying to make some improvements on Wednesday, but there is a chance for a little snow, maybe a half of an inch or so. I'll talk more on that coming up. I think finally maybe a green light back for us by Thursday. Wow, Sheila, this is wild. Over to you.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen something like this, and the extreme winter weather daytime shelter is open again today. It's open from 6 this morning to 7 tonight at the St. Anthony Center and Over the Rhine. They provide food, blankets, and free bus transportation to and from the group's overnight winter shelter on Guest Street. Now, all 22 Cincinnati recreation centers will be open today for people to get inside and get warm, but Hamilton County Public Libraries are closed. They were actually open yesterday, so they are closed today. And over in northern Kentucky, the emergency shelter in Covington is activated on a 24-hour warming center. It's open through tomorrow morning at 9. That organization serves men and women age 18 and older who are experiencing homelessness. And once the beds are full, the Covington shelter will operate under special procedures using the navigation center. Pretty sure they will find you shelter no matter, they won't turn anyone away. 5:14 now, the plows are out and they're trying to get our streets cleared. Cold is not helping. We'll show you one way to keep track of the roads where they've made it so far. Next on Good Morning Cincinnati.
.516 now from the Alert Center. Maine's Bangor International Airport is closed after a private jet crashed. 8 people were on board, but we don't know yet if anyone was hurt or killed in that crash. Snow was falling in the area, which caused low visibility. Early reports indicate the plane was a business jet and was registered to a company in Houston, Texas. The Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are investigating.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Now, we want you to stay inside today if you can. Don't get on the roads, but if you absolutely need to be out, you know, some people have to work like we do. You can track which roads have been plowed in Cincinnati. This is the Snow Plow Tracker on the City of Cincinnati website. It's new this winter, and it's been very, very helpful. We just looked around, and this is downtown. You see Court Street here, 12th Street, 14th. Orange means they've been salted and plowed. The yellow means that they have been pre-treated. Blue means they've been salted. So this is like Mount Adams over here. But it looks like they have been doing a pretty good job in Cincinnati, which is what I experienced when I was downtown today. Most streets have been salted and plowed, although they might still have snow on them. Then over in Indiana, they've got cameras on their plows, and you can see their progress on 511in.org. So if you look around at the cameras here, this is US 50, and it looks like they may be hitting a little bit of pavement with the plows there. This is Lawrenceburg, Greendale area. Let's hit another one. This is also US 50, and it looks like it's not updating when I'm hitting those. But that's 275, that's 50, and those plows are out in Indiana. Batesville got more than 14 inches of snow, Jen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear will get us an update on the weather conditions in the Commonwealth this morning. The governor is holding a news conference at 9 to talk about Kentucky's response to the storm. Nearly 1,500 plow trucks are working to keep roads passable. Kentucky residents are advised to stay off the roads as much as possible to let crews work.
Take a look at this video from Claremont County. One of our viewers, Tim Anderson, sent us this time-lapse video that shows the storm hitting Miami Township. That's where we had Chelsea Sick out yesterday. You can see the snow starting at around 6:30 on Saturday night. Then you see, look, when the sun comes up, you see the blanket of snow. You see people out there shoveling their driveways. That is very, very cool, Tim. Yeah, that's like watching a movie. I really like that. What a great idea.
Yeah, thank you for sending those in. We ask for these things all the time, and we really do enjoy showing them, and it helps us. Tara always says, you know, it helps us see, we can't be everywhere, what's on the ground in certain communities, you know?
And I like all the ways people track how much snow they're getting. Yesterday, somebody sent a picture with a banana to Paul Poteet. What did you do?
I did not measure, but we in the 4:30 this morning, we may see it again. We had a
lovely
little boy measuring with
we're gonna
hot dog.
Yeah,
but he uses a different term.
Right. We're gonna see that in our next half hour.
Good.
It's so good.
So good.
It's so good, Tara.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, he's great.
And he has this little giggle because he's doing something silly, but yet actually being informational. So it's just so perfect. Yeah, stay tuned for that. Impressive numbers. Now, both December and January with some big totals. You know, we were holding on to that December snow thinking, okay, maybe we won't have to do this again in January and February. We knew we would. So for the season, we're at 24 inches. Typically, we get 21 to 22, so we should be done. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. January snow now 10.7 in total. January surplus is now 4.7. That's how far we were down before this snowstorm. January normal at this point should only be at 6 inches, so obviously significantly above. Forecast does at least slow down on any additional snow. And this big weather maker continuing to move farther and farther away from the United States and away from us. Few flurries possible for us here this morning. I could see a stray little flake into the afternoon, though it looks like it's a better chance to the east of us. I'm mentioning it just in case we get a few more flakes in the afternoon hours, but I'm not expecting any snow to add to our totals, thankfully. It is just going to be blowing around with the wind and the very cold air. This is it for our high today, only 10 degrees. We pretty much stay below zero for feels for the entire day. We actually get colder tonight. I'm going to get to that coming up. I want to show you how we do have another snow chance on Wednesday. Looks like about a half of an inch. I'm watching for some potential snow again this weekend, but it's only a 20% chance. It is not consistent in our models at all. So right now looking much better this upcoming weekend than the last. unless snow's your thing. And then this is obviously your Super Bowl. But the cold, is it tough? Cold weather advisory. This continues until 6 o'clock tonight. Again, feeling as cold as 10 below. And that is for the afternoon hours too. A lot of time this is more so just the morning hours. And this extreme cold warning it'll get better tomorrow afternoon. But this is for wind chills as cold as 15 to 20 below. Frostbite is a major concern, especially tomorrow morning. We don't warm up and help out those roads until maybe Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. That extended outlook looks a little better. We should be at 40 this time of the year. Nowhere close to that here today, just 30 degrees below average. Partly cloudy will be the story. Again, a few flakes still flying around. I want to note that because we do have wind, we will have blowing snow. So especially on our secondary roads, be very, very careful. Coming from living in the country, when you have blowing snow, it can be a whiteout all of a sudden. So just stay home if you can. Jen, how are the roads right now?
The 444 Traffic Report, sponsored by Blake Maislin.
Well, it's tough to kind of encapsulate the entire tri-state in one traffic report because it's looking different in different areas this morning. Here's a look at 75. I guess the best I can do right now is tell you I don't have any major closures or any major crashes reported. I see lots of broken downs on the side of the road. You don't want to be one of those in this kind of weather. This is 75 from Tylersville Road, that top left camera, to the Brent Spence Bridge, that top right camera. The Brent Spence Bridge actually looks a little better now that more people are heading over it than it did maybe even a half an hour ago. But those bottom cameras are showing you 75 as you approach downtown Cincinnati. And traffic seems to be moving, but it's going to be much slower than normal. And it was a little icy for me when I traveled that area. Here's a look around the 275 loop. That top left camera is showing you out near US 50, right near Indiana. And then we've got Mosteller Road. We've got out on the east side, 275 near Kellogg. Doesn't look too bad. I do want to remind you, I just checked and I have not seen an update from the Hamilton County Sheriff's or EMA. We were under Level 3 emergency in Hamilton County as of last night, and they have not changed it. We will let you know as soon as we hear from that if that does change, which means you shouldn't be out on the roads unless it's an emergency. I want to go down near 71, and that's down near Sparta and just south of the area. The interstate's still snow covered in some of those spots. Here's 275. Right at 7175 down near Erlanger. That doesn't look as bad as it did again maybe a half an hour ago. Here's 71 from Kings Mills down to Fort Washington Way. Fort Washington Way still not looking great, and that was very slick for me when I drove in. So, you know, it's hit or miss, and the secondary roads for me were not great on my way in. We are going to keep track of things for you this morning. We're going to let you know if anything changes in any of these areas. You do have information at the bottom of the screen there. Please be careful, excuse me, if you are heading out this morning, and allow lots of extra time. We'll be right back. right, let's not talk about the weather for a second. Let's talk about football. We know the team's playing in Super Bowl 60. It will be a rematch of Super Bowl 49 as the New England Patriots take on the Seattle Seahawks. The Patriots beat the Broncos in a low-scoring AFC Championship game. It was only 10-7. I think the weather played a part in that. And the Seahawks, they beat the Los Angeles Rams 31-27.
I was glad to see Seattle win, and their win means a former UC Bearcat is headed to the Super Bowl. Former UC team captain and 2021 Jim Thorpe Award winner Kobe Bryant helped the Seahawks win the NFC Championship last night. The Seattle safety was drafted in 2022. Bryant's the 35th Bearcat to appear in a Super Bowl. This will also mark the 7th straight Super Bowl with a UC Bearcat. The big game is on February 8th at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. I keep thinking about the Kelseys.
I know.
Appearing in Super Bowls. But 35, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Way to rep. You know, that's awesome.
Right.
Time now is 5:28. Areas around the tri-state are clearing the roads after we got just battered by snow.
They're trying to clear the roads anyway. I know, yeah. Local 12's Chelsea Sick is in Miami Township this morning. She'll give us a live look at the progress out there next on Good Morning Cincinnati.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good morning, I'm Sheila Gray.
And I'm Jen Dalton. We have team coverage once again this morning, covering the deep freeze. We've got Local 12's Chelsea Sick. She is out in Claremont County, and meteorologist Tara Blake is here with our forecast. Tara, my way in this morning, it was really scary, and part of the reason is it's really hard to treat the roads.
Right.
You know, when the snow keeps blowing and it's so cold.
And this deep freeze, it's going to last so long.
Yeah, calling it an Arctic outbreak. So I called this a beast of a winter storm. And now we're dealing with an Arctic outbreak. Enough with the words to describe it. Just don't go outside and feel it for yourself. We are officially in the record books. Not quite as many records as we kind of hoped for the extremes that we went through. But yesterday was the biggest total we've ever had for January 25th. So 9.2 was our total. The total before that was only 5.8, set back in 2004. In total at CVG, we had 10.2, but that was actually one of the lower amounts. A lot of locations here in the tri-state, 11, 12, 13 inches. It was a day for sure. Thankfully, the big snow has subsided, but there's still some flurries flying around, especially as cloud cover moves back in. We can see a stray flake or two into the afternoon hours as well. The winter storm warning continues, more so for roads than dealing with any additional snow, but that goes until noon, just in case you're seeing any sort of headlines thinking, are we going to get another push of heavy snow? No, that's not predicted, but our roads are a major concern, and honestly, I think they will be throughout a lot of this week because of this. Cold weather advisory for today. It's going to feel as cold as 10 below. Certainly the case this morning, more of it in the afternoon. Here's a beautiful shot out of Oxford. Looks like a postcard, but not so fun to drive through, especially for us here in Oxford, one of the spots that had more than others. 8 feeling like 7 below with the western wind at 12. Wind chill in a lot of spots well below 0. My coldest spot for you in the city, but Middletown pretty close at 6 below to start. That means going outside for even the shortest amount of time, you can get frostbite. So please make sure if you work outside, if you're working in a location that doesn't have much heat, you're going to have to take breaks, get inside, warm up, get in your car, whatever. But everything needs to be covered when outside. Our high is only 10. We do get a little sun that's going to try and help, but I'm going to try and find some warmer for you so we actually get some melt here in the tri-state. That's coming up. For right now, though, I think Jen's back and talking traffic as we're expecting some major issues this morning, but a lot of schools and businesses are closed still today.
Yes, that is true. And so volume of traffic will be lighter. And as we take a look at the roads, we're waiting to hear back. We've got some folks in the newsroom trying to see if Hamilton County is still under a level 3, which would mean you shouldn't be out unless you're emergency. So we're checking on that because they have not updated their social media. But I do have a note in that Warren County has dropped to a level 2. So Warren County has dropped to a level 2 this morning. We're checking on Hamilton County. There's a live look at 275 out near CVG Airport. Actually, the road there does not look too bad on the interstate. But I do want to give you a look around some other spots. 74, this is up from about Harrison-Rybolt down to Montana, and some areas are looking okay, and then some spots you get closer to 75 and it's looking a little worse there, so be careful out on the roads. Here's 75 from Tylersville to the Brent Spence this morning, the secondary roads. I'm going to try to give you a look at some of the secondary roads when I get a second up here in just a bit. There's 275 around the loop from the west side out in Indiana to the east side near Kellogg. See some flashing lights there near US 42. Sometimes the entrance ramps and the exit ramps are very slick, or they're much slicker than other spots, and of course your elevated surfaces as well. Quickly down into Florence. I don't want to forget Kentucky, so there was a look at Florence. We'll get another look coming up, but we do want to send it out to Chelsea Sick. She is in Miami Township this morning. Hey, Chelsea.
Well, hey, good morning to you. We were in this exact spot yesterday morning at the same time. Things are looking a lot better. Thankfully, that snow stopped here in Claremont County around 7 o'clock last night, giving crews the night to work without very many people on the roads. We are starting to see people here on 275 get on the roads, headed to work. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see. We do have a lane that is cleared right now, but you can see there's still 2 lanes snow covered here on 275 North, headed towards 71. And the biggest thing is it's so cold outside this morning. And so if you do have to go out, just in case something were to happen, if you were to spin out or have car trouble, just make sure that you're packing gloves, hats, blankets. It looks like we've been measuring this morning, looks in different spots. We've got between 6 and 8 inches of snow here in Claremont County. And I was talking to Sheriff Chris Stratton last night. He was telling me that they do plan to stay under a level 2 snow emergency. There was some question about why they weren't going to a level 3. He says people were heeding their warnings. They were staying off the roads, giving crews plenty of room to work. So they were very thankful for that. They said they didn't have any major crashes because people were staying at home. I also just spoke this morning with Highway Superintendent Jeff Smith here in Claremont County. He says that the cold temperatures are keeping them from being able to get all of the snow off the road. So if you are headed out, he says they're passable, but they will be snow covered. So we're going to get over here on some of these side roads here in Miami Township and give you another look here in about an hour. Live in Miami Township, Chelsea Sick. Back to you.
All righty, Chelsea, thank you so much. Taking a live look at northern Kentucky. This is Buttermilk Pike, right near Oriental Walk Restaurant near the interstate. Yeah.
Pick me up some food while you're there.
It looks like that has not been touched in that one spot right there. Yeah, you can see the pavement there. So I think that's the drive up to Oriental Walk that's not been touched. But you see Buttermilk Pike, you can see the pavement there. So they are getting some of the main thoroughfares in Kenton County cleared off. It's just those side streets that are still going to be troublesome today. Kenton County is under a level 2 snow emergency, which means, don't go out unless you have to. But it's not an emergency situation where they will pull you over. But the plows are out there working right now. And kids across the tri-state are getting a long weekend. Hundreds of local schools are closed today due to the snow and cold. And you can find the full list on local12.com. School Watch is under the weather tab. We also have all the closings scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
The Transit Authority of Northern Kentucky says service will resume today. Tank suspended routes this weekend. Buses will start normal service at 9 a.m. this morning. If road conditions allow, we'll keep you updated if that changes. Cincinnati Metro is running on its normal schedule, but you should expect some delays and detours. Metro says any updates on service will come through the Transit app as well as Metro's Detour blog. They note in a post on Facebook that Metro buses cannot stop safely on snowy or icy hills, so they recommend that you board at the top or the bottom of the hills. And I just wanted to give you an update. I said we would check on Hamilton County to see if it was still under a level 3, and our assistant news director checked and said no change yet. So Hamilton County is still under a level 3 snow emergency. That means you shouldn't be out driving unless it's emergency, right?
And and if you are out driving, you better have some identification saying I work at the
I'm
hospital
an essential
or
employee,
whatever. Yeah.
We'll let you know if that changes. Well, we aren't the only ones seeing a lot of snow and ice.
Yeah, we'll show you how the wicked weather is affecting people all across the country. We're talking millions in several states. Next on Good Morning Cincinnati.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
extreme snow to now extreme cold, even though we felt like we got both yesterday. Hi, I'm Local 12 News meteorologist Tara Blake, feeling even colder today as Arctic air continues to take over. Here this morning, we're going to feel as cold as about 8 to 10 below, but even into the afternoon, we're going to find temperatures at about 5 below. We never get above 0 for feels today. While I know schools are out and a lot of businesses are closed as well, if you're trying to clean up, get your driveway okay for tomorrow. Thinking about sidewalks or maybe packages that you need to have delivered, you're going to have to layer up. There are two things we really want to make sure that you're aware of. Frostbite. If you don't have your hands covered and the tips start to get red, they're tingly, those are the first signs of frostbite. You want to get inside and warm up your hands. That can happen today. Say about 20 minutes or so. Tomorrow it could happen as quickly as 10 minutes. But also hypothermia. So if you start to get confused, if you work outside, shivering is a big sign, but that one's pretty common. But then you start to have difficulty speaking. You feel sleepy all of a sudden, or you have some stiff muscles. Those are all signs you're moving towards hypothermia. That's a possibility tomorrow, as we could see as cold as 15 to 20 below in the morning hours. We will get better in the afternoon, but it's still only at our warmest, feeling like about 7 degrees. We're going to try and find some warmer temperatures, talk through some more snow chances too. That's coming up in your full forecast. Jen, back to you.
Tara, thank you. It's time for today's birthday bash. Happy birthday to Pam. She celebrated over the weekend. Cheers to you, Pam. And happy 5th birthday to Michaela. Share your family and friends' birthdays with us as well. Upload their pictures at local12.com/chime-in. Time now is 5:43. Coming up in our 6 o'clock hour, the severe weather is forcing a change for a charity working to keep people warm and safe. And still to come on Good Morning Cincinnati at 5, the fallout from the most recent fatal shooting at the hands of an ICE agent. That's next.
It's 5:46, 8 degrees. A growing number of Republicans are calling for an investigation into the death of Minneapolis protester Alex Preddy. He was the second American to be killed by ICE agents in less than 3 weeks. Christine Frizzell reports on the call by both parties for fair investigations.
The video has been watched countless times by millions of Americans and people around the world, with top Trump administration officials framing what happened to Alex Preddy like this.
We do know that he came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony.
No one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines.
While the videos appear to show Alex Preddy was disarmed before shots were fired, President Trump blaming so-called sanctuary cities for, quote, encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct ICE operations to arrest the worst of the worst. Top immigration officials say they were working to arrest a dangerous criminal in the country illegally when the fatal shooting occurred.
This individual is still roaming the streets today.
This was entirely avoidable. If we had a governor, if we had a mayor, if we had leadership in Washington and over Minnesota that actually cared about their citizens, this would never have happened because there would be law enforcement on the streets helping ICE.
Now, Democrats are also making clear they will not be voting in favor of a spending bill that includes new funding for the Department of Homeland Security without major changes made to it first. And with government funding set to expire this Friday, a government shutdown could be inevitable.
We have a bill about funding them, giving them more money. I'm not voting for that, and I didn't vote for tripling their budget over this summer.
Key Democrats who helped end the shutdown the last time around also announcing they'll vote no. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer making clear Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included. Several people, including many Republicans, raising concerns following Saturday's shooting, calling for congressional investigations. Senator Bill Cassidy writing, the credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
After that report was filed, we learned the Senate vote on that funding package is being delayed by the severe winter weather.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Well, speaking of that weather, millions of people in several states are dealing with severe winter weather. The storm is now pummeling the Northeast. 190 million people in 37 states are under winter weather alerts. Hundreds of thousands of people in the South lost their power. A man in Mississippi says he's just blessed to have gas right now.
Just blessed to get my natural gas on. I got natural gas, but I still ain't got no lights, and I had a griller to cook on. I got something cooking on it now, so God been good to me, and I thank him for it. And we got trees down everywhere, and our power went out by 2 o'clock last night, and it ain't came on yet.
President Trump approved emergency declarations for at least a dozen states.
Take a look at this video from Tennessee. The icy conditions split that tree right down the middle. That is wild. Jared Ambrose took photos of the tree that had been cut into 4 even sections. The Nashville area got about ½ an inch of ice accumulation.
Well, we would like to see your snow pictures. We've got some to share from local12.com/chime in. Kyle shared this special message from Remy and Cord. We're echoing their message to drive safe. Aww. Don't go out unless you absolutely have to. That's very sweet. And check out this snowman, or at least an idea of a snowman. Very creative. The snow is not actually the best maybe for building snow people, but Jack gave it his best shot.
That's really cute. I like that. Well, we have the weather authority here at Local 12, but a young up-and-coming meteorologist was out in the snowstorm for his own brand of coverage. Let us introduce you to 11-year-old Avery.
It's 4:48 p.m. in southern Ohio, and we are waiting on the snow. It should start in about half an hour or an hour, and we're going to be measuring it with weenies. No! A full weenie! We have a full weenie of snow, and look how hard it's snowing. 7 a.m. And you can see how hard it's snowing, the big flakes now. It's going to be like this all day. It's Avery of your weenie weather update. And it's 5:42 p.m. Very cold outside, it's still snowing. It should stop soon though. Weenies with the snow.
Hire him.
2 weenies
right
worth of
now.
snow.
That is so funny.
I wonder whose idea it was to use that as a measuring device.
I don't know, but you have to watch out for dogs if you're going to have weenie weather, right?
The dog was trying to grab it out of the one shot.
It's so good, and I just love his laugh.
Yes.
He's just giggling through
Avery,
I love it.
Giggle.
Thank you for
Great
making
job.
us laugh and
Yes.
smile.
Sometimes we need a little, lightening up in here. And
Tara, hire that guy.
I will, honestly, especially since Paul is retiring this year. I feel like we need somebody to fill in with comic relief, and you could be him. You could make that happen for us. It was super cute. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Not everybody could have used that kind of measuring because of this. Look at these numbers. Batesville, Indiana, the biggest at 14.2. Crittenton, pretty close at 14 inches. Monroe, 13. Middletown, 12. I was watching Middletown so close. I thought you were going to be the top spots. You just kept adding on. Every time Paul and I would check, it would be at 10, 11, officially ending at 12. Versailles, Indiana at 11.1. This is the exciting part, right? Seeing how much we have out there. Cleves at 10.5. Same story in Hamilton, a little bit less at CVG. Though quite a few spots in Hebron had more than this, and even around Florence and Union too. So it looks like CVG just under some of the bigger totals, which was a bit surprising. But Mainville at 10, Wyoming also at 10, a little bit less for a few more. Mason at 9.5, same story for us in Hillsborough. Wilmington at 9.1, Glendale and Georgetown at the 8 number. Now, we were expecting to be in the record books a little bit more, but we did. We hit number 7 on biggest one-day totals. So I showed you that 10, but that's because we combined with the snowfall that we had the day before. 9.2 is where we landed for yesterday in total, which was a record for the day. It just wasn't the biggest one-day snow total. So forecast taking a little break in the way of big snow back here at home. We have some flurries. We may see a stray little flake into the afternoon hours, so I think a better chance for that is going to be off to the east. Cold remains. I mean, brutally cold. If you're getting out and making your way to work, some of us have to do that. Give yourself plenty of extra time. Jen's going to have a look at traffic. Our major roads are still a problem, so you can expect even more critical concerns for those secondary roads. And this weather's not helping. Here's our cold weather advisory until 6 o'clock today. Wind chills as cold as 10 below happening right now. And then for tomorrow, it's an extreme cold warning, which used to be what we would call wind chill warning. So we've changed the lingo a little bit, at least the National Weather Service. So extreme cold warning for wind chills at 15 to 20 below. We don't, in this full 7-day forecast, get anywhere close to the freezing mark, and those overnight lows stay dangerously cold as well. Maybe getting those roads to look better by the end of the week. The sunshine could help a little bit, but it's just not going to be enough. So thank you to all that have been working very hard to try and keep us safe. It is appreciated. Speaking of, they're working right now, and Jen's watching them do it on our cameras. How is traffic?
The 444 Traffic Report, sponsored by Blake Maislin.
Okay, well, we're starting to see a few markers come in of slow spots or problem areas. And I wanted to go down. I just happened to notice this. This is down near the Erlanger area, and I am not sure exactly what road they have this pointing at. It's not on the interstate because I see the interstate signs in the background. So and it hasn't been announced yet. I'm just looking at the cameras. So somewhere down near Erlanger, maybe on the entrance ramp to 275. It looks like traffic is getting around it, but I did want to let you know that there's some flashing lights down there. I'll try to find out the exact spot when it gets reported. Now, these have been reported. There's a crash 275 westbound on ramp from US 42. And there's also ODOT reporting slower speeds, 275 at 71. This is in Ohio. So 275 going westbound right near 71 after you pass Montgomery Road. As we take a look at 74, and a couple spots looking a little better now that more folks are kind of out there. But I do want to remind you, we have not had an update yet from Hamilton County EMA. We were reported to be under a level 3, so you're only supposed to be on the roads if you are an essential worker. You could get actually pulled over if you don't have identification. They are going to send you home, I think. So we'll update you on that. For the last call that we made, it was still under a level 3. Here's a look at 75 from Tylersville Road down to the Brent Spence. Some areas looking a little better than others. You can see some salt trucks going through there. 275 near Mosteller Road. Out near 275 in Kellogg, that looks a little better as more people are getting out there. There's down near Sparta. That doesn't look bad. But again, use very serious caution this morning if you're heading out. We will take another look coming up in just a bit, but please be careful out there and add a lot of extra time if you're heading out.
We've got some recalls this morning. Navitas Organics is voluntarily recalling organic chia seeds. some of the packages may be contaminated with salmonella. The 8-ounce packages were distributed around the country to stores including Whole Foods Market and online retailers like Amazon. Most of the recalled packages have an expiration date of April or May 2027. No reports of sickness right now, but if you have these chia seeds, you are told to either throw them away or you can return them where you bought them for a refund.
Academy Sports and Outdoors issued a nationwide recall for more than 35,000 rocker chairs. The company says legs can break on Magellan-branded Odyssey rocker chairs, creating a fall and injury hazard. This recall affects chairs manufactured in July and August of last year. If you own one, stop using it right away. You can return the chair to any Academy Sports and Outdoors store for a full refund or contact their customer service to return it by mail at no cost.
It's 5:57, 8 degrees, and we have more news at 6.
Yep, and team coverage as efforts to dig out from this snowstorm slowly start to make an impact. That's ahead on Good Morning Cincinnati at 6. Stay with us.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
It is 6 o'clock and the big dig out begins after a massive winter storm unleashed several inches of snow on the tri-state. Now the brutal cold settles in all week.
And let's give you a live look outside right now. Here is a look at 75 from up near Liberty Way and down to the Brent Spence Bridge. And you can see some spots look a little better than others. We're going to take a full look coming up in just a bit. Snow is accumulating, or it had accumulated across the tri-state. So now at 6, we'll give you another look in just a bit. But we, of course, want to talk about weather. I'm Jen Dalton. Good morning.
I'm Sheila Gray. We just heard from photojournalist Adam Robbins about that spot that you were talking about on 75. He said there was a truck that spun out right there around the Erlanger exits from 75. So that's why we saw this flashing lights there.
And thank you, Adam, because we weren't sure. The camera just pointed at it. We weren't sure exactly where it was.
It was hard to see. And we have live team coverage all morning from all over the tri-state. Adam's out there. Paul Poteet's out there. We'll have Chelsea Sick in a little bit, too.
Yeah, let's get it over, though, to meteorologist Tara Blake and find out what's in store for today, Tara.
I told Paul to be really careful with that mustache that he's got going right now, that it could freeze on him. I had a friend that had a beard. He was trying to clean up some of the snow yesterday, just completely frozen. It's crazy. We have dangerous conditions, so I hope you're okay with me having a little bit of a moment of fun here. But I would not venture out if you don't have to. You saw Jen, there's one spot on some of our roads that's cleared, but most of the major highways still have a lot of snow just compacted to slick driving conditions, even on those major roads, and then secondary roads have yet to be touched. Dangerous cold is not going to help, and that Arctic air does not leave. We're not back above the freezing mark until next week. I'll take a look at that for you coming up. At least the big snow is done. You saw this starting to wind down yesterday evening as we expected. A few flurries still flying around. That's a possibility. Maybe a stray flake into the afternoon, but no additional accumulations. Today's more about the cold and the cleanup, obviously. So 8 degrees, feeling like 5 below with a western wind at 9 miles per hour, continuing our cold weather advisory even into the afternoon. We are going to feel significantly below zero. Our high is only 10 degrees. We should see a high of 40. So that is going to continue those slick conditions. And if you're outside trying to clean up, you're going to have to wear all the layers because your wind chill trend shows into the afternoon hours as well. We sit at about 8 below for feels. Now tomorrow we have an extreme cold warning. We are expecting to get even colder. I'll show you how that could impact trying to clean up too. For right now, though, we want to check in with Jen and see how the roads are. She's been looking at all the cameras. Have you seen anything new on there?
Nothing new, but except for the information that our photojournalist Adam let us know. If you saw me earlier, I was saying I saw this crash and wasn't sure exactly where it was. I knew it was down near Erlanger, but it is on the ramp from 75 to Erlanger where a truck spun out there. So even though the roads look okay, you know, right in that spot, it looks like there are 2 nice lanes that you can get through. It still could be very slick in that area, so just be careful out there. Do want to remind you that Hamilton County is still under a level 3 snow emergency, and that means you should not be driving unless you're essential employee, and so to call your work and check in there first. We'll let you know if that changes. We do have a crash on the ramp from 275 westbound to Lebanon Road, I believe, out there. We've got some slow traffic reported by ODOT on 275 westbound out near Montgomery Road as well. So I'll give you another look at the roads in just a bit. What we do want to toss it out to meteorologist Paul Poteet. ODOT crews, of course, still working around the clock to clear the roads, but extremely cold temperatures can make that very difficult. Meteorologist Paul Poteet is live in the extremely cold temperatures this morning. How's the mustache? How's the mustache doing? Are you getting any, snow on that?
Yeah. Well, I told Terry yesterday if I get enough snow on it, it would match, like the hair over there on the side. Oh, that's a bad thing to do with your glasses. Sorry about that. Can you imagine waking up, this is the first thing you see? Everything's fine. Oh. I had the glasses because I didn't want to have to, I have some notes here and I didn't, want to have to, hold the phone out like this. But the glasses, it's so cold out here, the glasses get all fogged up. So that was a miscue. I would tell you that if you're out this morning that it's colder than it was yesterday. So if you were out removing snow from your place yesterday, plan on like even worse conditions this morning because there's a definite difference already in the temperature. And I think we're at the point probably where if you actually don't have gloves on, if you don't have a hat on, et cetera, frostbite could set in about 20 minutes, I would imagine, with these temperatures that we have this morning. And there's plenty of action. We're at 3rd and Walnut downtown. There's plenty of action behind us. They've kind of moved down the street here from where we started a while ago. They were beginning to, it's a process, and, they're moving it out of here block by block, literally. We caught some video earlier this morning of them loading up some of the trucks, load up the trucks, and they moved to Beverly, loading up the trucks and moving it to some of the facilities that the city uses. Matt Bruning, who is with ODOT, and you see him on our station all the time, told me that in the last 24 hours, ODOT crews across the state have covered 180,000 miles. Of course, we're looking at city crews here, but the ODOT folks have done 7 trips around the globe 16 round trips from New York City to L.A., if you want to think about it that way. If you drove 70 miles an hour nonstop, it would take you 7 years to go 180,000 miles. It's amazing. And obviously, they're going to continue to work around the clock. The city streets, just getting, driving. We took a little, trip around here to scope things out earlier this morning, 4:30 or 4 o'clock, 4:30, and a lot of the city streets have been plowed and such, but it's getting ladies from one street to another, making any kind of a turn at all, any of the turn lanes. They're still an adventure this morning. We'll keep watching for you live from 3rd and Walnut downtown. I'm meteorologist Paul Poteet. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Paul, because when the plows pile up that snow from the main streets and then it's in the intersections and you're kind of sliding your way through those intersections. This is some video from northern Kentucky over on the other side of the river here. Photojournalist Adam Robbins has been taking us down that way. This is Kentucky 18. Near Mall Road in Florence. That's that little spot where you are prevented from taking that little shortcut into the mall area there by the BP station. You can see pavement, but still quite a bit of snow. Boone County's under a level 2 snow emergency, so only essential travel is allowed at 6:07. There are also hundreds of school closings this morning.
Yeah, we have a full list on our homepage, local12.com. You just click on weather and you can find it there, or you go to the School Watch article. It also includes snow emergencies. We also have them scrolling at the bottom of your TV. It is still recommended that you don't try and leave the house if you don't need to. We know some of you have to, though, so be careful.
Air traffic also heavily disrupted around much of the U.S. About 12,000 flights were canceled yesterday, and nearly 20,000 were delayed, according to the FlightAware flight tracker. Crews are working out at CVG Airport trying to get the runways clear. They provided this video for us. The storm is still affecting air travel today. Here's a live look at the arrivals at CVG this morning. You can see the red means it's canceled or it's delayed, but there are some arrivals and departures happening today at CVG. Now, U.S. airlines are required to provide refunds even if travelers bought a non-refundable ticket when it's this type of weather. And most carriers already allowed passengers to switch to other flights for free if they wanted to.
Well, Rumpke says the winter storm is forcing a delay in its garbage pickups in Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. There's no service today. Rumpke will be operating on a one-day delay for the rest of the week. Some Rumpke landfill and recycling centers will also be closed. You can see a full list of areas affected on local12.com.
Cincinnati Metro is operating normally today, but you can expect some delays and detours. Metro says any updates on its service will come through the Transit app and on Metro's Detour blog. A Facebook post from Metro says buses cannot stop safely on snowy or icy hills. So if you need to get on the bus, you need to board at the top or the bottom of the hill instead. And over in northern Kentucky, the Transit Authority tank is expected to resume normal service this morning at 9, but you may want to check the app on that as well.
Well, of course, you'll want to layer up if you need to be outside today. Don suited up in his mother's snowsuit from the 1970s. It's vintage, baby. He says it's really warm as long as you are safe and able. We want to see your pictures and videos of the storm. Can I borrow that?
Yeah,
Don?
real men wear pink.
That's right.
I
like
great.
it. It's very nice, Don. Please send them to us at local12.com/chime in. You can put them in the weather section there. Be sure to include what part of town you're in and your name. We would love to share those on the air.
Man, I would totally wear that.
I would too.
That's awesome.
Yeah, wear that over to Perfect North. Maybe do
Right?
a little skiing. Look nice in it. Time now is just about 6:10. Kentucky remains under a state of emergency this morning as thousands lost power and 911 calls spike.
We're going to hear from Governor Andy Beshear, his urgent warning for neighbors heading out to clear snow, and the steps the Commonwealth is taking to protect your wallet from price gouging. It's all coming up on Good Morning Cincinnati.
The big snow is done, but now we are left with this Arctic cold air, and today it is going to be brutal. Look at this. Single digits to start, 10 for a high, but it's going to feel like we're below zero all day. Maybe the snow is helped a little bit by the sun, but we don't get back above freezing until next Tuesday. You made it through the beast of a snowstorm yesterday, but now we're trying to clean up, and weather is not going to be helping because of these extreme temperatures. Thankfully, only flurries left over, but your high today 10, 24 tomorrow, but we're even colder in the morning hours. Could be as cold as 20 below to start. A little better on Wednesday.
We're following breaking news at 6:13. Maine's Bangor International Airport is closed after a private jet crashed. 8 people were on board, and authorities are not yet saying whether anyone was hurt or killed last night. But snow was falling in the area, causing low visibility. That jet is registered to a Houston law firm. The Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are investigating. As the bitter cold refuses to budge, a local organization wants to make sure people have the right gear for the chill. We'll have the time and location for the next free coat giveaway right after the break. Tara?
Oh, are they absolutely needed? This cold is not going to help us clean up either. Not even your driveway is it going to be safe to be out today without extreme layers on. We have bitter cold temperatures and slick roads possible into that Tuesday time frame as we get even colder. Then a few snow showers possible on Wednesday. I think maybe getting a little better by Thursday. We're going to talk through it all in Futurecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
6:16 now. The Cincinnati Snowplow Tracker can help you find out about street conditions in your neighborhood. If you live in the city of Cincinnati, residents can view when a city vehicle serviced a street and what type of treatment was applied. Now, according to this map right here, the city was plowed, and that's what you see in orange. So we see a lot of orange. Yellow indicates pre-treatment, but we did see several red lines, which does mean a trouble spot. A lot are in the Westwood area near the Dunham Recreation Center. Side streets, of course, are going to take a while to clear. Now, let's look at the Indiana area. Hundreds of plow drivers, of course, are working to clear roadways all around, but in Indiana as well. 511IN gives firsthand looks from the plow trucks. It's really cool. You can click on these blue dots here. Those are the plow trucks, and it'll show you the road conditions in that area, and you can watch the plows move as well. Remember to give the workers extra room when they're out there on the road, Sheila.
All right, Jen. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is expected to give an update on weather conditions in the Commonwealth this morning. He declared a state of emergency on Friday to free up resources to respond to the winter storm. The governor says power outages went up to 25,000 at one point, and 911 calls increased as the weekend went on. Here's his message to Kentucky residents as people start trying to dig out of the snow.
It's going to be really heavy with the ice, and we lost a number of people to heart attacks with the ice sandwich last January. We don't want that to happen. I know you're probably not going to get out until at least tomorrow to shovel, but make sure you take it easy. You take breaks. With ice on the roads, it's going to be harder for first responders to get to you. We don't want to lose anybody to that like we did last time.
Governor Beshear also implemented price gouging laws to protect residents from any overpriced goods or services. So anyone in the Bluegrass state who sees price increases of more than 10% is asked to report it. You can call this hotline on your screen right here. It's 1-888-432-9257.
Cincinnati's extreme winter weather daytime shelter is now open. The St. Anthony Center over the Rhine closes at 7 this evening. Guests get food, blankets, and free bus transportation to and from the group's overnight winter shelter on Guest Street. Plus, all 22 Cincinnati recreation centers are open as warming shelters today. The emergency shelter of Northern Kentucky is also open through tomorrow morning at 9. The organization serves men and women 18 years and older who are experiencing homelessness. And help is on the way for people who need the proper winter clothing.
Yeah, St. Vincent de Paul Cincinnati is expanding its winter coat efforts, and it's having another free distribution this weekend. Hamilton County residents can pick up a coat on Saturday from noon to 3 at the Liz Carter Center on Bank Street. If you go, you are asked to bring a photo ID. The organization says it has already distributed nearly 3,000 coats this winter.
We have dozens of great pictures and videos. Sheila, look at this. From around the tri-state. Jody's dogs, Ben and Barkley Byer, heading out to play in the snow. They were all bundled up.
Look at their hats.
They're adorable.
They are.
And here is Shelby's daughter, Adeline, checking out the snow.
I love the ears on her snowsuit.
I do too.
Isn't that so cute?
She's all bundled up and ready to go. Looks happy.
Look what Michaela's kids did. They built an igloo. Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
That is very cool. Looks like they got a light on in there and everything. I hope they took some snacks in too. As long as you're safe and able, we would love to see your pictures and videos from the storm. Send them to us, local12.com/chime-in. Just upload them right there on the website. Be sure to include what part of town you're in, your names, and good things like that. That looks so much fun.
They're going to remember that too.
They will.
Yeah.
Remember that winter when we built the igloo? Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Hi, Tara.
That was one of my favorite parts about living in the country is you could always have the big snow mounds because of the drifts, and we would always do the same. It's the best. I don't know if this snowman was made from this event, but I felt like I should show this. Thank you for sending it in, Barry, especially. He said he had upwards of about a foot near him in Batavia, but he wanted everyone to know that we're less than 60 days out from Reds opening day, and that just makes you feel better after the weekend that we've had, right? Thanks so much for the great shot, Barry. If you have any great pictures from the event this weekend, local12.com/chime-in. We saw quite a few there with Jen and friends as well. impressive totals. So the month of January caught up to what we had in the month of December. It felt like we got an early jump on winter. Maybe, just maybe, we'd get a little nice little break in the snow in January. Nope. So for the season, we have 24.3, January snow at 10.7. So normal is 6. That means we have a surplus of 4.7, not adding anything. So for now, we just have the cloud cover. We have some flurries flying around. There is a chance that a few additional flakes could be found into the afternoon hours. I think the bigger story today is definitely the cold. 10 degrees it for a high, but we stay below 0 for feels all day today. Now, there are some smaller snow chances that still inch into the forecast, very minimally, less than, I would say, a half of an inch on Wednesday. I'm also watching for some weekend snow, which, no, we need a break, right? The Wednesday snow is not impressive on our models. Watching a continual fetch off of Lake Michigan has me a little bit watchful, but this developing system off to the east of us, will it push snow far enough west for us to get a little bit? I only have it at around a 20% chance, but it looks like a massive storm east for us. We'll see if it means anything at all. And again, that would be towards your next weekend. Right here back at home, and right now, a cold weather advisory for wind chills as cold as 10 below remains in place until this evening, and then it gets replaced with an extreme cold warning. We have as cold as 15 to 20 below tonight. It's going to be brutal into that Tuesday timeframe. Our daytime highs just really don't warm up, though. We don't get back above the freezing mark until Tuesday of next week. So the snow we have is going to be sticking around those big piles and parking lots as they start to get cleared, maybe today, tomorrow. They're going to be sticking around. High only 10, tomorrow's 20, and then the rest of the week's in the teens. So we don't even have 20s back until that Sunday time frame. But let's check in with Jen now. Because the roads are so cold, it's going to make it that much harder for our crews to really clean up.
The 444 Traffic Report, sponsored by Blake Maislin.
Yeah, it is difficult for them, and that's why, as of right now, Hamilton County in Ohio is still under a level 3 snow emergency. We're waiting to see if that changes at all. As we take a live look down into Kentucky, this is the camera showing you that there is a truck that spun out on the ramp from 75 to the Erlanger exit. So this is off the Erlanger exit. They're not on the highway, but it just reminds you, even though the road looks okay in that spot, like as far as looks like it's been cleared in at least 2 lanes, it still could be very slick. So careful out there. And ODOT is reporting slower than usual speeds in most spots, but particularly they put a marker at 275 in Ohio at I-71, and that is that top right camera. Look at the interstate there. That car seems to be moving through okay, but that's an elevated surface and those freeze first, so it could be very slick on 71 and 275 right there. As we take a look around the loop from Indiana over to Kellogg Avenue around 275, here's a look at 74 from up near Harrison-Riebelt down to 75. Looks better than it did when I drove it at 3 o'clock this morning, but still very dicey out there. And there's a look at 75 all the way from Tylersville Road down to the Brent Spence Bridge. And you can see that area right near the Western Hills Viaduct, that bottom left camera, showing you the only one lane looks like it's kind of plowed right now. I mean, again, crews are out there doing the best they can, so please be careful. But then you'll see this in spots. This is 471 at the bridge, Daniel Carter Beard Big Mac Bridge, and it looks like that has been, plowed really well and traffic is moving. So keep it here. We'll let you know if we see any problem spots, but give it a lot of extra time this morning.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Well, this record-breaking winter storm is causing major issues with heavy snowfall, icy roads, and power outages nationwide.
Yeah, but it's also causing some fun, creating interesting caught-on-camera moments. Across the country, countless people are trying to make the most of this weather. This group, pretty big group, held a snowball fight at the Washington Monument during the snowfall yesterday. That area around the monument in D.C. got about 8 inches of snow. Not too good for snowballs, but they were out in it anyway.
Well, check out these kids in Little Rock, Arkansas. They formed a ski caravan and they bombed down the hill at the end of their street. Since no cars were allowed on the road, it meant that they were able to create their own ski resort for the afternoon.
That's fantastic. And here in the tri-state, kids big and small took to the snowy hills in Loveland for some sledding, or sled riding if you like that better. The city says plowing operations in Loveland paused during the peak of the storm, so salting operations wouldn't go to waste. The city's asking residents and businesses to help with clearing sidewalks now that the storm is done. They look like they're having a blast.
I have a bit of a hill in my yard, and my son was out there, and my neighbors were trying to snowboard down it.
Were they?
It wasn't great snow at that time for it, but maybe by today, when it's like compacted a little, it might be better for us.
Yeah, it looked like they were having fun in your videos, along with Loki the dog,
My
too.
dog loved it.
Well, our Chelsea Sick was out with us all yesterday morning in the snow, and today she's tracking the cleanup, so we'll check in with her next.
Plus, Chillicothe. We get a live report on conditions around Ohio from our sister station in Columbus.
Nothing till 7? Yeah, nothing till 7. Okay, there you go.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Taking a live look around the tri-state, the snow is done falling, but a brutal cold snap is only beginning. We are following the changing conditions across the region.
Good morning, Cincinnati. I'm Sheila Gray.
And I'm Jen Dalton. We have live team coverage this morning as the brutal cold spell follows several inches of snow. First, we want to start on a check of the forecast with meteorologist Tara Blake. Hey, Tara.
It felt extreme yesterday, and for some of us, it was. At locations finding 11, 12, 13, 14 inches of snow. I'll make sure and show you those totals if you didn't get to see the updated numbers. But into the record books we go first. 9.2 was our total at CVG, even though that was one of the smaller numbers of the day. The old record, though, for January 25th was 5.8 in 2004. That's out of here, 2026 on the board. No additional additional accumulating snow expected today, but flurries flying around, still a possibility, not only this morning, but into the afternoon hours. That's not the big story of the day. It is the cleanup, but also cleaning up in extreme cold. So that's why the continuation of your winter storm warning that goes until noon today, but it is not for the additional snow. It's this, a cold weather advisory. We have wind chills at 5 to 10 below, and that's all day. We are right now sitting quiet weather-wise. You can see with just a few flakes flying, 8. Feels like 5 below with the western wind at 9. Wind chills 2 below right now for us in Middletown, but 8 below for feels in Wilmington. This is why I'm glad that kids are out of school, not having to worry about the sidewalks and those back roads, but also just keeping them nice and warm. Being outside in this kind of weather really can be damaging. And I'm going to talk about that, how quickly it can get scary, coming up in just a few minutes. But here's the high for today. This is it, 10 degrees. Maybe the sun tries to help us a little bit, but even in the afternoon, we're feeling as cold as around 8 below. But I do want to check in with Jen. She's got a major story of the day too. How are the roads looking? I was actually seeing some pavement, which was nice to see. We haven't seen a lot of that yet.
Yeah, we are seeing some pavement at this point. I know when I came in at 3 o'clock this morning, I was not seeing a lot of pavement. It was just a lot of snow. And I know crews are doing the best they can out there. As we take a look down near Erlanger again, there's a car that's spun out, or a truck on the ramp from 75 to the Erlanger exit. And I just bring this up again. Traffic's getting by it because I want to remind you that even though the roads look clear in spots, they still could be slick. ODOT is reporting slower than normal speeds around most of the tri-state, but particularly at 275 and 71 in Ohio. They want you to be real careful and look why there's that top right camera there shows you pretty snow covered, and that's an elevated surface. So that freezes first and could be slick. There's a look around 74. Traffic on 75 looking a little better there near the 74 entrance ramps. There's Tylersville Road at 75 all the way down to the Brent Spence Bridge. Again, some areas looking clearer than others, like this is 471 at the bridge there, and that looks great at this point, but we still need you to use extreme caution. Secondary roads are going to be really dicey out there this morning. So let's get it to someone who is near a secondary road. Let's go out to Chelsea Sick. Chelsea, where are you this morning?
Well, hey, good morning. We are in Miami Township in Claremont County. We're actually at a pretty busy intersection here at Wolf and Pleasant Hill Road and State Route 131, just down the street from where I grew up, actually. So pretty used to when we get a lot of snow. This is sometimes a messy intersection and one that is heavily traveled. You can see the trucks are getting by okay right now. Really, the middle lane is what we're seeing. That turn lane is still pretty snow covered, but here we are also seeing some pavement, which is definitely an improvement to what we were seeing when that snow ended last night. The big thing here, I mean, take a look at that Speedway parking lot over there, still a mess, and that's what we're seeing in all the parking lots really in this area. It's going to take a couple days to get this stuff cleaned up. Claremont County still under a level 2 snow emergency this morning. I was talking with Sheriff Chris Stratton last night. He said that they were able to keep it at a level 2 instead of moving it up to a level 3 because people were staying home. Take a look at this video. We were over looking at 275 about an hour ago. That was 275 northbound heading towards 71 in Miami Township, and it was looking better than it was at this time yesterday. That's all we can really say right now. About 1 lane of traffic was clear there. 2 lanes were still snow covered, but we know the ODOT trucks are out there working hard to get that cleared, but it is just so cold. And I was talking to Jeff Smith. He's the highway superintendent here in Claremont County. He says they have crews working around the clock to get the county roads clear, but because it's so cold, it's hard to get that base layer of snow off. He says if you are heading out to work this morning, expect roads to be passable, but snow covered. Live in Miami Township, Chelsea Sick, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Chelsea. The frigid temperatures are setting in now. They'll be here all week. So the state fire marshal is urging everyone to keep fire safety in mind when you're heating your home.
Last winter in Ohio, there were 108 fires that were attributed to space heaters. You're encouraged to follow these safety tips. Keep all space heaters at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn, such as fabric. Never leave a space heater unattended or running while you sleep. Plug space heaters directly into a wall outlet. Never use extension cords or power strips. And choose space heater models with automatic shutoff features in case they tip over. Good advice there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, from coast to coast, the winter storm slammed several states, leaving millions to clean up a mess.
We have a look at record-breaking numbers across the nation. That's next.
Oh.
Oh, it's been up the whole time.
Yeah, it's been up for like 20 minutes.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh my God, what the heck?
I was like, we were standing here ready.
Yeah, no, we were ready. Oh, that sucks. Did we get floated, or are we gonna do after the break?
Yeah. We gotta do that time. We gotta do that thought.
What time is it right now?
6:38. And I'm worried that Evan won't have time to cut it.
We could do that 6:45 hit for you. Okay, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
If your kids are like mine, they see all that beautiful new snow and they want to get outside and play. The problem is we are brutally cold, and so you're going to have to be very, very careful. Maybe you're thinking of clearing the driveway, getting the sidewalks ready for kids to make their way back into school. All day, we are sitting at about 7 to 8 below for feels. You really have to be careful in this type of weather. There's a few things to look out for. For frostbite, if your fingers start to get red, if you don't have gloves on, or even with gloves that aren't that good, your fingers will start to get red and tingly. That is the first sign. Back inside, warm up. But there's also hypothermia that can kick in pretty fast in these types of extremes. So here's what to look out for. Confusion or shivering. Shivering is one that I think all of us do in this type of weather, but it really starts to become extreme. Difficulty speaking. Also getting all of a sudden very sleepy. Something else to note is stiff muscles. If you have anything like that, get inside, warm up, or you might want to seek professional help because we want to make sure that we're keeping you safe. Also want to remind you, even though our snow is pretty light and fluffy and crystally, it can still cause issues when you're trying to clear, and that can cause heart attacks. I mean, this type of weather can very, very much impact your health, so be careful. Tomorrow, even colder to start, but we get a little better in the afternoon hours. 7 is better. Hard to believe it, but 7 will be better. We're going to try and find some warmer temperatures in your extended outlook coming up. Sheila, over to you.
Thanks, Tara. 641. A makeshift memorial now stands at the site where federal agents shot and killed a protester in Minneapolis. Hundreds of Minneapolis residents turned out for a weekend vigil to honor Alex Preddy. The 37-year-old teacher was shot and killed by federal agents on Saturday. The Trump administration says Preddy assaulted immigration officers, compelling them to fire in self-defense. But that account is at odds with witness video of the shooting. Meanwhile, Democrats in Washington are making it clear they will not vote in favor of a spending bill that includes funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless major changes are made to it. That bill is set for a vote in the Senate tomorrow. 642, half the country's hammered by snow, ice, and freezing rain from that massive winter storm we experienced. Nearly 1 million people are without power. We have the latest on recovery efforts and the danger that's still threatening millions of people next.
I'm gonna need you to cue me in if anything, okay? Okay. All right, thank you.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
6:44 now. We continue our team coverage of Winter Storm Fern and its effects on the region.
Yeah, let's go live to Rocky Walker from our Columbus station, now in Chillicothe, reporting on conditions there. Good morning, Rocky.
Yeah, good morning. Like you said, I'm here in Chillicothe. I've actually been here a couple days now before the storm hit, and we're just guiding you through what it looks like. So yesterday, a lot of heavy snowflakes, heavy snowfall. Today, really some minor flurries. So I just spoke with ODOT. They said the roadways are better, those major roadways. So plows have actually finally been able to come out. You can see the concrete again for the first time since yesterday. But here, let me show you what the side streets look like. That's where a lot of the danger is. This right here is a side street. There are, I'd say maybe 6 inches of snow between the top where your car would be and the actual concrete. This side street right here is actually where yesterday I saw about 5 or 6 cars just completely stuck in the snow. So if people are wondering, why are we still on a level 3 snow emergency in Ross County? Why am I not able to go out on the roadways if I'm not an emergency vehicle or somebody doing emergency services? That is why. When I was speaking with ODOT, they said they still have over 100 crews here in District 9 trying to make the roadways. They said they're better, and they did put in quotation marks around better, but they are not good. So you really are advised not to come out. The big thing I'm seeing was with people who are, let's say, working at the hospital in the medical field. They're having to shovel out their car, take the snow out of the way so they're not stuck just feet away from where they originally parked. That's what they're working on today. So I'll be here getting that information, sharing it with you. But just a tip before I go, do not go out if you're in a level 3. And once it goes down to a level 2, take it slow. Live on your side in Chillicothe, Rocky Walker reporting.
Rocky, thank you. Stay warm out there. The death toll from the winter storm is rising, with at least a dozen reported nationwide so far.
The storm brought snow, ice, and freezing rain, and the impact may be felt for days due to the bitter cold temperatures.
A thick layer of ice settled on surfaces in East Texas, a common sight across much of the South, including near Nashville, where power lines and trees collapsed.
Another boom. Another tree came down.
Customers could be in the dark for days after hundreds of thousands lost power. The heavy ice has paralyzed communities from Alabama to Washington, D.C. and Atlanta.
With the temperatures not likely to get above freezing, it's more likely that things are going to get worse before they get better.
Crews worked to clear blocked roads in northeast Mississippi.
We're spread thin on equipment here because there's so many guys in different directions. And we're out here having to manually do this, where usually we would need a backhoe or a bulldozer or something to help move the stuff.
Conditions were particularly treacherous in the area, as well as Louisville.
We want the people to get to where they need to get to safely.
Further north, sleet fell in western Virginia.
We
getting a lot of snow in a very short while, and that's followed up by very cold temperatures, so that will all be icing up as well.
FlightAware shows around 12,000 flights were canceled yesterday and thousands were delayed.
And in New York City, heavy snow was the biggest concern. Almost a foot fell in Central Park here. You see the kids enjoying it. That's the most they've had there in about 5 years. And take a look at this weather phenomenon in the appropriately named town of Chile, New York. A neighborhood was littered with snowballs created by Mother Nature. This is amazing. They're called snow rollers, and they're created when snow and strong winds combine to form a field of all natural wind-wound snowballs. You can think of them as freezing temperature tumbleweeds. That's wild.
That is crazy. Well, Star sent us this video of kids taking advantage of the freezing temps. They got creative and set up a game of ice hockey on a frozen creek. Careful when you do that, but they look like they're having a good time. Sarah measured about 2 chili cans worth of snow near her house.
That's good.
Now take the chili, heat it up, and get some nice warm chili. That's very creative, though. And of course, we have to see how many rubber chickens worth of snow we got. Nicole took this about 24 hours ago and had about 8 inches of snow, nearly a full rubber chicken. That chicken was likely buried by the end of the day.
That's what my face looks like when I go out in the snow, too.
Yeah.
I love that people are having fun with it because
yes.
you just have to. It's just so brutally cold,
Yes.
and the roads are crippled, but we're still having fun.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the roads here in just a couple minutes, but first let's get it over to Tara, check out the weather and the temps, and keep going down, it seems like.
Have you ever seen snow rollers before?
That
was
interesting.
Yeah, it's super cool. Not personally, but it is something that actually happens more commonly up towards Cleveland. You've got to get a good open area where it really starts to take shape. I will say that Paul yesterday had a banana that was measuring snow, and he got a giggle. It was hilarious. I think he posted it on his Facebook and X account if you want to check it out. We had a lot of fun yesterday. You need some comic relief when you're finding extreme snow to now extreme cold. I feel like you can see it in this picture out of Oxford, right? It is cold. We can still see snow on the roads for you here into downtown. I know major roads still very much under snowpack, and even more on our secondary roads. And here's why. Not really a chance to clean up until today, and now we've got the extreme cold being factored in. So the big winner, Batesville, Indiana, 14.2, pretty close to that. Crittenden at 14, Monroe at 13, Middletown 12. Middletown, you were inching up and stopped at 12. I thought you were going to take the cake for top spots. Versailles, Indiana at 11.1. Very impressive. Cleves at 10.5, and Hamilton 2. Now at the airport, one of the smaller numbers. Now keep in mind, this is Saturday and Sunday totals. We were expecting 10 to 12, maybe as much as 14 for us towards CVG. So we were right there. But surrounding areas had upwards of a foot, so it feels like this number's a little low. But Mainville at 10, same story for us there in Wyoming. A little bit more, but not as much. Mason at 9.5, same story for us in Dillsboro. You had Wilmington right there at 9.1, 8.8. Glendale, Georgetown, one of the smaller numbers at 8.0. Now, farther south and east, you got some sleet, which did adjust numbers. We knew that was going to happen. We were hoping to be a little bit higher on this list so that we could get into the record book strongly. We deserved it after yesterday's mess that's still here and will be here for days to come. But we're at number 7 for biggest one-day snow totals. So 9.2. We've got to subtract 1 because Saturday we had 1 inch, but yesterday we got that 9.2. But look, all the others, other than 2010, were in the 1900s, as my kids like to say. So 2026 on the board at 9.2. Snow has exited other than a few flurries, and we could see a few more snowflakes into the afternoon hours. Nothing that's actually going to cause any sort of accumulation. It's the temperatures that are a major problem throughout this entire week. Arctic air has just invaded and it's staying. So cold weather advisory, feeling as cold as 10 below through 6 p.m. today. Then we quickly move into an extreme cold morning, getting even colder tonight. Could feel as cold as 15 to 20 below. That's going to keep kids out of school for tomorrow. We don't get back above freezing until next Tuesday, and that's still below the average that is at 40. So extra layers if you are out clearing your driveway or trying to get to where you need to go. Give yourself lots of extra time. Jen is tracking any problems on the roads and the few cars that are out there too. What are you seeing right now?
The 444 Traffic Report, sponsored by Blake Maislin.
Well, I'm seeing slow traffic where people are actually out on the roads. I do want to let you know they cleared that truck that had spun out on the exit ramp at 75 near Erlanger. But here's a look where it was. And you can see that even though the road looks okay, those cars are moving along all right as you exit near Erlanger and 75. We did have a spin out there earlier, so just because they look like they've been treated and plowed, they still could be slick. And I'm seeing slow traffic at the bottom of the 275 loop. There's 275 near Lakeside Park. I know just south of the Lakeside Park area. That's where the camera is located. So still some spots there that need to maybe be replowed. The plows are doing the best they can. I do have a closure for you up near the Lebanon area. State Route 350 at South Nixon Camp Road closed because of ice conditions up there for ODOT. That's been on the map for a while. We did have ODOT also reporting very slow conditions on 275 right near 71 in Ohio. There's a look around the loop from Indiana over to near Kellogg, so kind of around the loop there. And 74 is looking much better than it did when I drove in at 3 a.m. You can actually see the pavement now, but be careful on those lanes where you're kind of only seeing one lane that's been fully plowed. So careful out there this morning. We will have another look coming up in just a bit.
Hey, now's your chance to play big game trivia. Grab your phone and scan that QR code on your screen right now for your chance to win the National Weekly $5,000 drawing. Scan that QR code, or you can just go to the website, local12.com/station/contests and sign in and play big game trivia for your chance to win. Our team snow coverage continues at 7 on Good Morning Cincinnati on Star 64.
Yeah, then at 8, Salty Science. We are talking about why salt is used to keep our highways snow and ice free.
Okay, then on ARC at 9, we're going to look at how things have changed since the very first Winter Olympic Games.
Ooh, wow.
That'll be interesting, won't it? Hey, take a look. Brixton is all bundled up for that very first snow. Little cute baby. Upload your pictures and videos, local12.com/chime-in.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good morning, Cincinnati. So glad you're waking up with us on this snowy Monday morning. I'm Sheila Gray. The snow stopped, but the cold is here, and we've got your weather and traffic. Let's start it off with meteorologist Tara Blake. It's so cold, Tara.
Oh, it is. It is brutal. And for all those that are trying hard to get those roads cleared, we thank you. 9 was the number at CVG, and that was yesterday's total, officially knocking out the old record of 5.8 set back in 2004. But 9.2 was one of the smaller totals. A lot of places finding upwards of 11, 12, 13, as much as 14 inches of snow. And it's compacted, and it's very cold, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. But at least the snow is done. There's some flurries flying. We'll have a chance of that for today. But right now, I think the temperature is more a concern. 8 to 9 degrees starting out. We will feel the extreme cold into the afternoon hours, too. So an extension of your winter storm warning, not for the snow, but for continuing concerns on our roads. Then it's the cold advisories and warnings that kick in. So cold weather advisory for us here, too, feeling as cold as 10 below. Right now, though, we're close to that with snow on the ground at 2 below for feels. Winds are lighter out of the west at 7 miles per hour. We've been as cold as 7 below there in Wilmington, 5 below in Maysville, to 2 below in Middletown. Forecasted high today only gets to 10. Now, hopefully a little bit of the sun tries to help out with some melting, but I think overall we're going to be keeping the snow because we just do not warm up. But I'm promising we're going to find some warmer temperatures. We're going to see if we can get back to at least 32. But also a few more snow chances squeaking into the forecast. Nothing like we had this past weekend. So I'm going to talk through it all and time it out. But I want to make sure if you do have to head out like we did, that those roads are safe where you are headed, and Jen is watching them close.
Well, we were just checking the Hamilton County Sheriff's Facebook page and emergency EMA. So Hamilton County, as of right now, is still under a level 3, which means you should not be driving unless you are an essential worker. If we hear an update, we will let you know. And we've got calls in we're waiting to hear. That was Hamilton County, Ohio. Now, State Route 350, I wanted to let you know, is still closed at South Nixon Camp Road because of icy conditions there. That's up in the Lebanon area. Right now, that is the only marker on the map showing a problem spot as far as a closure. I did want to give you a look down near Lakeside Park and Erlanger 71, right near 7175. This is 275 near Dixie Highway, and traffic is moving, but it's slow, and you can see that it's hard to see the pavement there. There's a look around 275 from out in the Indiana area near US 50 over to 71. And it's very slow in spots on 275 near Montgomery Road. Looks okay, or better, I should say, near Kellogg. We still want you to be very careful out there. There's 74, all the way up from Harrison-Ribolt to 75. Some spots along 75, like this bottom left camera, that's near Mitchell, look really, really slow and hard to see the pavement. So careful out there. We'll continue to update you throughout the morning. Let's get it over to meteorologist Paul Poteet, who is out downtown Cincinnati.
I'm just taking pictures of photographer Ed and the and the beautiful background. You look great, Ed, and I'm looking at some of the lights in the Great American Tower and some of the other office buildings over toward the Great American Ballpark right now, too, and I'm wondering how many of those people are going to be here. We're at 3rd and Walnut, and occasionally we're seeing, like, real people go by now. For example, I think there may be one coming just now. Well, we'll see if it's real. Yeah, there's some real traffic. I mean, we were out here probably for a good 2 hours, and there was us. Look at that. Somebody brave in the morning there. Maybe with a cup of hot coffee, I hope, in their hand. We were out here for a couple of hours, and it was us and a group of folks. Well, you can take a look at this video that we shot earlier. A group of folks who were trying to literally load the snow that they were clearing up into trucks and then move in and out to the facilities of the city. Tries to offload some of the snow in situations like this. So I would say that compared to what it looked like a couple of hours ago in this one particular spot of downtown, things have gotten better. and it will be a slow process, though, because you've got so much of it to move. Just looking on the sides of the street that we're at this morning, you can see it all piled up. And as Tara mentioned, there's the snow that fell yesterday, and now there's the compaction that's settled in. So if you're thinking about going out and dealing with your driveway, it's going to not be as fluffy as it was yesterday. It's going to be more icy when you deal with it this morning. And of course, the air is more icy to begin with too. It's colder than it was if you were, again, outside yesterday dealing with your driveway or such this morning. I mean, we're at the point where if you don't have the gloves on and the hat on and everything covered, then you could be dealing with frostbite in a matter of 15 or 20 minutes. But there are people out here, but as you can see, as we were showing you earlier, just a couple of cars going by, much lighter traffic than normal. Probably a good idea. We'll be here all morning long with looks from downtown. I'm Local 12 meteorologist Paul Poteet. Sheila, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Paul. 7:06. Here's a live look at US 42 near Industrial Road out in Florence. You can see some pavement there, but the snow piled up on the sides of the road there. This is not too far from, that's a hotel right there along 42. So it looks like they are getting some of the roads clear. It's still going to be slick where the snow remains, and Boone County is under a level 2 snow emergency. Also, I just heard from Hamilton County, still under a level 3 snow emergency, and we expect an update from them a little bit later this morning, maybe business hours, but still level 3 in Hamilton County. Kids across the tri-state are getting a long weekend. You're looking at the long list of hundreds of school closings due to the snow and cold. You can find that full list on local12.com. Just click School Watch under the Weather tab. We also have the closings scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Not just schools either. Some doctors' offices and things like that are also closing today. Be sure to check your flight before you leave for the airport. This is video of the plows out cleaning the runway at CVG. Hundreds of flights were canceled this weekend. Dozens of flights today are already canceled. CVG has a full list of cancellations and delays on its website. I checked it a little while ago. There are still a few flights that are scheduled to come in today, and we have the link for you on local12.com if you want to look for yourself. Rumpke says the winter storm is forcing it to delay garbage pickup. Collections will be delayed by 1 day across the tri-state all this week. Some Rumpke landfill and recycling centers will also be closed, and you can see a full list of areas affected on local12.com. Now, Cincinnati Metro is still operating normally, but you can expect some delays and detours. Metro says any updates on service will come through the Transit app and the Metro Detour blog. In a Facebook post, it says buses cannot stop safely on snowy or icy hills. So if you need to get on the bus at a hill, top or bottom is where you'll get on and off. Meantime, the Transit Authority of Northern Kentucky says it is expecting to resume normal service this morning at 9, but if you take the bus, you might want to check with the app for Tank as well. Cincinnati's extreme winter weather daytime shelter is open again today. The shelter is open now through 7 tonight at the St. Anthony Center in Over the Rhine, and they provide food, blankets, and free bus transportation to and from its overnight winter shelter over on Guest Street. All 22 Cincinnati recreation centers are open today, and Hamilton County Public Libraries are closed. Across the river, the Emergency Shelter of Northern Kentucky activated its 24-hour warming center. It is open through tomorrow morning at 9. The organization is for men and women age 18 and older experiencing homelessness. Once beds are full, the Covington Shelter operates under its special procedures using the Navigation Center. And help's on the way for people who need the right clothing for these bitter temperatures. St. Vincent de Paul Cincinnati is expanding its winter coat effort. It's having another free distribution this weekend, and Hamilton County residents can pick up a coat on Saturday from noon to 3 at the Liz Carter Center on Bank Street. If you go, you are asked to bring a photo ID. St. Vincent de Paul says it has already distributed nearly 3,000 coats this winter. The massive snowstorm rolling across the country left hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses without power. According to PowerOutage.us, the blackouts are largely across the South, Tennessee and Mississippi, hardest hit by the electric outages. Altogether, about 190 million people are under winter weather alerts in 37 states, from the Rocky Mountains to New England. Federal forecasters say the ice and snowfall will be hitting in the Northeast today, followed by very low temperatures. President Donald Trump approved emergency declarations for at least a dozen states. And because of this extreme cold, you've got to make sure you're taking extra care of our four-legged friends. So after the break, we'll have some tips for keeping them warm and healthy. Good morning, Butler County. There's a live look at the Local 12 Oxford camera. They got quite a bit more snow up in Butler County than we got down here in the city. Snowfall totals in our area range from like 8 or 9 inches to the south. Out in Batesville and that area, Lawrenceburg, we're talking 13, 14 inches out that way. And Butler County got quite a bit of snow as well. Now it's the bitter cold. It's only 8 degrees this morning. And we're not going to get much warmer than that at all today. It's 7:13. This time of year can be hard for our furry friends. And this morning, Sydney Hawkins looks at how you can keep your pet safe through this cold spell.
Good girl. Mo Hussein just started fostering 8-year-old Princess. And he noticed right away that because she's a short-haired breed, she was more sensitive to the cold.
You can tell when Princess is cold. Yeah, so you start seeing signs if you're looking. They might curl up a little tighter, or you'll see a little bit of shaking and shivering in the rear legs, things like that.
With temperatures dropping, it's a good reminder that just because our furry friends have fur, that doesn't mean they're safe in the cold.
Cold weather can be very dangerous for animals.
Julie Castle, CEO of Best Friends Animal Society, an animal welfare organization, says anytime it's below 20 degrees, cats and dogs are vulnerable to frostbite and even death.
If it's below 20 degrees, you know, if you have little booties that you can put on your dog's feet, use those.
Animals' paws, ears, and noses are the most vulnerable to cold. You should limit walks outside to the bare minimum. And when you get back inside, check your pet's paws for salt used to melt the snow.
Snow melt can be poisonous to a lot of animals. And so make sure that you wipe their paws, wash their paws off after they get outside from a long walk.
And a warning, even if you're not a pet owner, in the winter, cats often seek out the warmth of a car engine.
So if you're going to get in your car and go somewhere, make sure that you tap on the hood. I even pop my hood just to make sure there are no animals underneath there.
Mo says Princess loves her outdoor time, but he always makes sure she's warm.
Dogs in particular are so stoic. They deal with so much pain without letting you know that anything's wrong, so it's really good to keep an eye on them.
A good reminder that a warm pet is a happy pet. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
So cute. This record-breaking winter storm caused heavy snowfall, icy roads, and power outages nationwide. But it's also creating some good caught-on-camera moments that we like to see. Across the country, countless people are making the most of the weather. Here's a group of people holding a snowball fight at the Washington Monument during the snowfall yesterday. The snow's not really great for snowballs, but that spot around the monument in D.C. got around 8 inches of snow. It's 8 degrees at 7:16, and shopping online, it's as simple as a click, but how to package those purchases, that's different. We have a behind-the-scenes look at Amazon's Packaging Innovation Lab next. Have some health news for you at 7:18. New vaccine guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics significantly differ from controversial government recommendations. The pediatric schedule contains just minor adjustments of last year's guidance. By contrast, the CDC is narrowing its recommendation for several diseases, and it calls for a health provider consult for flu, COVID-19, and rotavirus vaccines. Many states and doctors are relying on the American Academy of Pediatric guidelines in light of the government changes. The Academy's recommendations have endorsements from 12 major medical and healthcare organizations. In a story you'll only see on Local 12, a surprise book return 5 decades in the making. 3 books checked out in the 1970s from the Blue Ash Branch showed up last weekend. We told you about that, but now Chris Arnold is showing us how those books made their long overdue way back home.
They are definitely the oldest books that have been returned.
Wrapped in twine, these books were left on a desk inside the Blue Ash Branch on Saturday. Beth Pomferata says it caught the eye of one of their workers.
When she looked at them, she found out that they were checked out 50 years ago.
December 7th, 1976 to be exact, nearly 18,000 days ago.
So we have a field guide to mammals. We have The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin and a classic, 2001: A Space Odyssey.
They were checked out so long ago, the library's name has changed since then.
They come with these great cards in the back, the due date cards. They don't even have barcodes on the backs of the books like we do now. So it's really interesting to see what the books looked like back then.
Found with the returned books was a handwritten note.
I checked these books out as a 16-year-old back in 1976. Fascinated by science, nature, and the future, I was eager to learn more. As time went by, these books got misplaced and never returned.
It went on to say all fines and late fees were paid long ago.
It would be interesting to know what this person does now, if they're still interested in science, if they had looked at these books a lot while they had them.
The man ended his note by saying he believed it was time to return them and even sign their name at the bottom.
It looks like the first name might be James, but it's hard to read it.
What would you and maybe the people here at the library want to say to James if he's by chance watching this tonight?
We would like to just say thank you and for thinking of us. Also, just how interesting you made our day when we found these.
That was Chris Arnold reporting. Hey, we know the teams playing in Super Bowl 60. It'll be a rematch of Super Bowl 49. The New England Patriots will take on the Seattle Seahawks. The Patriots beat the Broncos in a low-scoring AFC Championship game 10-7. Seahawks beat the Los Angeles Rams 31-27. And Seattle's win means a former UC Bearcat is headed to the Super Bowl. Former UC team captain, 2021 Jim Thorpe Award winner Kobe Bryant helped the Seahawks win the NFC Championship last night. The Seattle safety was drafted in 2022. Bryant is the 35th Bearcat to appear in a Super Bowl. The big game is on February 8th at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. As more Americans rely on the convenience of online shopping, many businesses are working to make their shipping habits more eco-friendly. Adam Clements looks at how a global e-commerce giant is destroying boxes for the sake of sustainability.
Amazon's Innovation Lab is less warehouse and a little more UFC, a place where packages get slammed, shaken, and dropped over and over again.
You can buy everything from a single feather up to a kayak, and we have to figure out how to get all of those different type of products to a customer, which is a unique challenge.
Amazon's John Sly says there's a science to ensuring products are sturdy enough to make it from a fulfillment center to your house with as little packaging as possible. Here, engineers conduct weather testing, run delivery truck simulations, and even operate compression stations to see how boxes and pouches fare when they are stacked or picked up by machinery.
We have to come up with packaging that can handle all of those different scenarios.
But Sly says the objective stays the same, to minimize plastic and cardboard in each shipment.
Amazon is a business, and we're obviously trying to make economical choices with our materials, but I think, we feel that we can make decisions that are good for the business and good for the environment at the same time.
And other companies are working to promote their push for more sustainable packaging, including recent initiatives from Patagonia, ASOS, and Zara. But those corporate efforts are somewhat offset by the change in consumer habits. Data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows e-commerce steadily growing, representing more than 18% of U.S. retail sales revenue in 2024, up 6% year over year, underscoring how an extra shake could contribute to future sustainability.
It's 7:24. More weather and traffic after the break.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Well, from extreme snow to extreme cold, we're dealing with both in the cleanup here for you today. Good Monday morning. Many are not going to school today, I would say everybody, and many businesses still closed. We have really tallied up some numbers here for the season, 24.3 on average for the whole season. We typically have 21 to 22. So we've already hit that number, and we have yet to even go through February. We typically get a nice amount of snow in February too. We had that early amount in December, upwards of 10+ inches. And now January on the board for similar, 10.7 in total for the month. Typically at this point, we would have only 6 inches, so you're above by 4.7, but we're not adding on, not for today anyway. Maybe a few flakes flying around, some blowing snow potential because of the wind, but today is more about the cold and the cleanup. So morning temperature, single digits, your high today only 10. Hoping to get a little bit of sun to try and help us out, but we will be nowhere close to the freezing mark anytime soon. And again, because of the wind, we feel significantly colder. There's a small chance for maybe a few additional flakes into the afternoon hours, but we even lose the cloud cover tonight, and that means we are going to be that much colder overnight tonight, which is going to issue a warning. So I've got that coming up in just a second. If you're thinking about some additional snow, I think there's an opportunity on Wednesday, late on Wednesday into Thursday. It looks light, 1/2 inch or less, but it's a little more. And then a system that's gaining some strength well off to the east of us. Will it be strong enough to send snow towards us? There's a possibility Saturday and Sunday, but I think it's going to be much lighter. Nothing like we had this past weekend, but something to keep your eyes on, and we will keep you updated. Why not stay inside today and tomorrow? Cold weather advisory for wind chills as low as 10 below goes until 6 o'clock for you here tonight. And then we automatically go into an extreme cold warning. That goes until noon on Tuesday with wind chills at 15 to 20 below. Temperatures just do not warm up. We do not get back to freezing until Tuesday of next week. So crews really going to struggle to get those roads clear, give them extra space. Those secondary roads are definitely going to have an extended period of concern. Those overnight lows I was talking about, look at those. Even without the wind, we're sitting at 2 to 6 below. So all the layers, if the kids are trying to play in the snow, I would keep it short. Another look coming up.
Hey, I got you. You got me? Okay. Sweet. Are we going to have boxes? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good morning, Cincinnati. Thank you for joining us on this Monday. I'm Sheila Gray. I think we're going to start with traffic since we just did the weather, and Jen Dalton is giving us an update on the roads. Hi, Jen.
Hey,
I just want to let you know, and Sheila got confirmation on this before I go to that incident, that the Hamilton County, Ohio is still on a level 3 snow emergency. She just got off the phone with a representative from Hamilton County Sheriff's Office saying it is still at a level 3. So Hamilton County, Ohio, if you should not be on the roads unless you are emergency personnel. You need to check in with your work before you leave. We'll let you know when that changes. I want to go up to near Lebanon, where we still have State Route 350 at South Nixon Camp Road closed because of snow and ice. There's a look down at, that looks actually really good. That is 275 right near 471. So that's not bad. But other areas are still seeing lots of snow coverage, especially 275 up near 71 in Ohio. Some areas have been able to be plowed again and are looking a little better. We're able to see pavement along 74 now where we weren't earlier. We're still seeing some heavy snow coverage on 75 near Mitchell. So careful out there if you do need to go out. Luckily, because there aren't a lot of people out there, we have not had a lot of problems. But let's get a look at some of the secondary roads. We've got a couple people out live for us this morning, one of which is Chelsea Sick. Chelsea, where are you now and how are things looking?
Hey, I'm on Eagle Ridge Drive here in Miami Township. One of the residential roads here still snow covered this morning. And, you know, this is the Milford School District, and this obviously class is out today. And it's going to be interesting to see if school is able to return tomorrow because so many of the roads look like this. And it's so cold that these plow drivers are having a hard time getting this base layer of snow off of the roadways. I've been talking with the Claremont County's engineer's office, the highway superintendent, Jeff Smith. He's telling me that if you go out today, this is a lot of what you're going to find. He says that the roads are passable, but they are snow covered because it is so cold. Claremont County still under a level 2 snow emergency right now. I was talking to the sheriff, Chris Stratton, last night. He says that there was some question about whether or not to move that up to a level 3, but because people were staying home and they were staying out of the way of those crews, they didn't feel like they needed to move that up to a level 3 snow emergency. As you heard, Hamilton County, though, still under that level 3 this morning. And we were just over on one of the main intersections here in Miami Township, 131 and Wolf Pen. A bunch of different gas stations right there, and it was quiet. I said to videographer Megan Baxter, who's with me right now, that it was kind of eerie for a Monday morning. I'm surprised how many people were able to still stay home today. So hopefully it stays that way and these crews are able to get out on the roads and do a little bit more work. It'll be interesting again to see if these kids are able to return to school tomorrow. Live in Miami Township, Chelsea Sick, Local 12 News.
Here's a live look at Turkey Foot Road overpass over I-275 in Crestview Hills. As we get a zoom out there from our photojournalist on the scene, Adam Robbins, you can see there are some people out on the streets of Crestview Hills this morning near the town center. Kenton County is currently under a level 2 snow emergency, and it looks like the crews have done a pretty good job of getting through that snow. We're seeing some pavement there in northern Kentucky. Well, kids across the tri-state are getting a long weekend. Hundreds of schools are closed today due to the snow and cold. We've got the full list on local12.com. You just click on School Watch. It's under the weather tab. I think it's on the main page too. It's on Facebook and everywhere you follow Local 12, and it's also scrolling at the bottom of your television screen. The Transit Authority of Northern Kentucky says service will resume today. Tank suspended routes this weekend. Buses will start normal service at 9 this morning as long as road conditions allow. If you're going to take the bus, you might want to check the app. Cincinnati Metro is running normally, but you should expect some delays and detours. Metro says all updates on service will come through the Transit app and on the Metro Detour blog. And they posted on Facebook that Metro buses can't stop on hills if they have snow and ice, so they recommend you board at the top or the bottom. From shovels to sleds, we're seeing the snow's impact in Warren County. Local 12's Daniel Zivian has a look at how residents are getting along in the Mason area.
We drove about 10 minutes from here, which actually the roads are pretty dangerous. There's a guy who got stuck. His tire completely came off. And I don't know, if you don't have four-wheel drive, I wouldn't be out here. I don't know.
And that's not going to stop you guys, right?
Never! With more snow coming down, not everyone could spend a day at the sledding hill.
It's a little slow, but it gets it done.
Some residents had to work.
I use the square point because it's longer and it doesn't hurt the back nowhere near as much. That's why I use this square point. I used to shovel a lot of gravel back in the day.
Benjamin shoveled his driveway for a couple hours and says he hasn't seen this much snow since growing up in Dayton.
Wife took a nap upstairs, and I decided to sneak out and be a good husband.
Benjamin says no matter how much you want to get back inside, you shouldn't rush it.
Take your time. Anybody that's out there shoveling, please just take your time. Just do a little bit at a time, and go out for 10-15 minutes, take 10-15 minute break, just a little bit at a time.
Daniel Zivian reporting there. The American Heart Association recommends you push or sweep the snow instead of lifting it and throwing it, because that exertion can increase your risk of a heart attack. 7:36, 8 degrees. A plunge into ice cold water doesn't sound good to me in this cold, but some say they do it for their health and the benefits they say they get from it. Just ahead on Good Morning Cincinnati. Good morning, Cincinnati. It's 7:38. Taking a live look from our Covington Local 12 tower cam. It's just 9 degrees here in lovely Mount Auburn. It's single digits pretty much everywhere. We're only going to 10 today. We will see a little bit of sun, but we're talking below zero temperatures at night through this week. Tara Blake is following it all in just a few minutes. And Hamilton County is still under a level 3 snow emergency, so you should not be out on the roads. Hard to imagine wanting to jump into cold water right now when it's freezing outside, but medical reporter Liz Bonus went to a fitness center on the west side where many people say they do it for their health.
Hey there, everybody, this is Kathleen Bardish. She says regular cold plunges, even in cold weather, improve everything from her mental health to her skin.
The sauna is really very relaxing to me. I love the red light, the infrared light.
It's all part of what's called contrast therapy for Kathleen here at Ohio's My Fitness Suites. The red light sauna first for about 25 minutes, and then
once the light goes off, then I have to mentally prepare myself for the cold.
The cold is pretty miserable when it's outside, but Kathleen doesn't hesitate to hop into the cold in here.
You're going from roughly 140 degrees infrared heat to roughly 45 degrees.
A recent meta-analysis of cold water immersion may explain why the immediate benefits are pretty powerful.
When you get out of the cold plunge, and you just feel so energized.
But after reviewing nearly 3,200 people who did cold water immersion, from ice baths to cold plunges, researchers found there is good short-term stress relief. And one study found cold water immersion led to people taking fewer sick days from work.
Probably the biggest thing people notice initially is that they leave feeling really good energy, really good mood response.
Like anything, Tyler Menke says you need other activities for total wellness. But researchers in this study found it was tough to measure how long cold immersion benefits last. As for Kathleen,
the first 15 seconds is the hardest because your body is just in a little state of shock.
The easy part is getting out.
Now, the cost of this contrast therapy can range from $10 to $40, depending on package deals with your fitness and wellness centers. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonis reporting.
Millions of people in several states are dealing with the severe winter weather that pummeled us. Now it's in the Northeast. 190 million people in 37 states are under winter weather alerts. Hundreds of thousands of people in the South lost power. This man in Mississippi says he's blessed to have natural gas.
Just blessed to get my natural gas on. I got natural gas, but I still ain't got no lights, and I had a griller to cook on. I got something cooking on it now, so God been good to me, and I thank him for it. And we got trees down everywhere, and our power went out about 2 o'clock last night, and it ain't came on yet.
President Trump approved emergency declarations for at least a dozen states. Take a look at this video from Tennessee. The ice split a tree down the middle. Jared Ambrose took photos of the tree that has been cut into 4 even sections. Isn't that wild? The Nashville area got about half an inch of ice accumulation. That's never fun. We want to see your snow pictures. We have some to share from local12.com/chime in. Take a look. Kyle shared this special message from Remy and Cord, and we echo their message. Drive safe. Don't go out unless you absolutely have to. And check out this snowman, or at least the idea of a snowman. So this snow is not the best for making snow people, but Jack gave it a pretty good shot. I really like that. Very creative. It's 7:42 and 9 degrees, and tensions are rising again in Minnesota. The fallout from the most recent fatal shooting at the hands of federal agents. Coming up next on Good Morning Cincinnati. Good morning, Cincinnati. Looks like the sun's trying to come up. If you look way out there on the horizon, just a little bit of color. We are going to stay cold all week long. So make sure you have your faucet running, a little thin stream so your pipes don't freeze. Protect your pets. Check on neighbors who may live alone. All those things that we do to be kind to our neighbors during weather like this. It's 7:45. A growing number of Republicans are calling for an investigation into the death of Minneapolis protester Alex Preddy. He was the second American to be killed by ICE agents in less than 3 weeks. Christine Frizzell reports on the call by both parties for fair investigations.
The video has been watched countless times by millions of Americans and people around the world.
with top Trump administration officials framing what happened to Alex Preddy like this.
We do know that he came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony.
No one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines.
While the videos appear to show Alex Preddy was disarmed before shots were fired, President Trump blaming so-called sanctuary cities for, quote, encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct ICE operations to arrest the worst of the worst. Top immigration officials say they were working to arrest a dangerous criminal in the country illegally when the fatal shooting occurred.
This individual is still roaming the streets today.
This was entirely avoidable. If we had a governor, if we had a mayor, if we had leadership in Washington and over Minnesota that actually cared about their citizens, this would never have happened because there would be law enforcement on the streets helping ICE.
Now, Democrats are also making clear they will not be voting in favor of a spending bill that includes new funding for the Department of Homeland Security without major changes made to it first. And with government funding set to expire this Friday, a government shutdown could be inevitable.
We have a bill about funding them, giving them more money. I'm not voting for that, and I didn't vote for tripling their budget over this summer.
Key Democrats who helped end the shutdown the last time around also announcing they'll vote no. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer making clear Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included. Several people, including many Republicans, raising concerns following Saturday's shooting, calling for congressional investigations. Senator Bill Cassidy writing, the credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
The heads of major Minnesota-based corporations issued a public letter calling on local and federal officials to de-escalate tensions in their state. The letter was signed by more than 60 companies, including the chief executives of Target, Best Buy, and General Mills. The letter says they believe state authorities and the White House can work together on a solution. Their plea comes as businesses in Minneapolis grapple with the impact of President Trump's immigration enforcement. The city says some businesses have reported an 80% drop in sales since the ICE operations started. Gun rights advocates are blasting some Trump administration statements about the shooting on Saturday and that death in Minneapolis. The man an immigration agent killed had a gun permit. Alex Preddy was lawfully carrying a concealed firearm. Videos do not show Preddy brandishing the weapon, but some top Trump administration officials have suggested merely carrying the weapon justified an ICE agent killing him. The National Rifle Association, Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, and Gun Owners of America are denouncing that view. They point to the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution or Minnesota's permissive gun laws. President Trump says he's prepared to slap a 100% tariff on goods from Canada if that country makes a trade deal with China. In a Truth Social post, the president said the tariff would happen immediately if the deal's made, despite Canada making a deal with China a week earlier, which President Trump praised. Canada's deal lowered tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles in exchange for lower taxes on Canadian farm products. President Trump called that a good thing. So what changed? Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney spoke at the World Economic Forum last week and warned about coercion by great powers. He did not mention President Trump by name, though. If you send any time-sensitive documents by mail, take note of a change at the U.S. Postal Service. It could mean a major adjustment when you drop them off. The U.S. Postal Service announced the date you drop mail in the mailbox may no longer be the date it's officially processed and postmarked. So now the Postal Service is recommending mailing documents a few days early, or you can go inside a post office and get that date stamped at the counter. That's called a manual postmark. The adjustment is part of the agency's 10-year plan to cut costs and restore profitability.
All postal operators are basically trying to reimagine a business model that for the last 250 years has been, pretty stable. It's only since 2007 that things have gone awry.
This is really important when you file your taxes. Make sure you get that right postmark on there. And experts say one concern is people with mobility issues or people who live in rural communities far from a post office. They might find it difficult to get to a physical location. Now, separately, the Postal Service raised the price to ship some packages starting earlier this month. A dangerous rescue was caught on camera in Washington state this month. A Good Samaritan rescued an injured mailman trapped in a burning postal truck, and then a sheriff's deputy helped. Take a look at the video. Stephanie Burkhart maybe saw seconds after dragging a postal worker from the burning truck to safety. Deputies say the truck had just slammed into a car and maybe pulled over to check on the postal worker. She could tell the truck was ready to catch fire, and from that moment knew she had to act fast.
I grabbed my hammer and my seatbelt cutter and my fire extinguisher, and I ran over to his car. His door wouldn't move, so I used my hammer and smacked the handle and broke it, and then slid the door open. I had to use my seatbelt cutter and cut his seatbelt to pull him out.
Man, that makes me want to put a hammer and a cutter in my car. She managed to get him out. And body cam video shows a deputy arriving with a fire extinguisher. Together, they put out the flames. The sheriff's office says every second mattered, especially not knowing what was inside that mail truck. Maybe says she's not a hero. She just did what anyone should do. Wow, she is too a hero. The Sundance Film Festival is underway, and it's the first one since the founder, Robert Redford, died. It's also the last time the legendary showcase will take place in Utah. It's moving for the first time in 41 years. Sarah Horbakowitz has more from Park City.
A star-studded finale. This weekend, the Sundance Film Festival said goodbye to its longtime host, Park City, Utah.
I think it's really emotional to know that we won't come back here like this.
After 40 plus years, the festival is heading to Boulder, Colorado.
What is being said isn't so important as what's happening.
Sundance was created by Robert Redford in 1985, giving independent filmmakers a stage far from Hollywood's bright lights.
My dad's legacy was that he created a nest and not an empire. And that was meant to support and nurture and nourish artists.
Over the decades, careers were made.
I'll find him.
Stars discovered.
Little Miss Sunshine?
Yeah.
What?
And low-budget movies catapulted into the zeitgeist.
From hotels to restaurants, transportation to taxes, the financial benefits of this world-famous film festival has sent ripple effects through Utah's economy for decades. Sundance says last year alone, it brought in $2 million.
Night and day, the streets packed with over 80,000 people. Marco Peretti manages the No Name Saloon on Main Street.
Sundance has been our busiest 10 days for quite a few years now.
Now, as Park City rolls the credits, Boulder is preparing for its debut.
There's so much logistics behind that to make it possible. So we've got city staff teams out making sure that they know how all this works.
This final Utah year also marks the first without Redford, who died last year.
Robert Redford brought this amazing experience of film to our community, and he really just brought us something different that we hadn't experienced.
Organizers hope his spirit will follow the festival to the other side of the Rockies. Sarah Horbakowitz, CBS News, Park City, Utah.
Well, taking a look at the interstates, the snowplows have been hard at work, but you will still find slick conditions today. And Hamilton County remains under a level 3 snow emergency. That means you are not allowed to be out. We do expect to hear an update from Sheriff Charmaine McGuffey a little bit later today. And Tara has your weather next.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good morning and welcome to ARC Cincinnati. I'm Jen Dalton.
Yep, and I'm meteorologist Tara Blake. The snow is done, but the aftermath of this winter storm is paralyzing a large portion of the tri-state. We're going to be talking snow totals coming up in just a second.
But I'm sure you're all wondering, what are the roads looking like right now? If you don't have to be out, we of course recommend that you don't. But one of the major things I wanted to let you know right now is that Sheila checked in with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office not long ago because they had not updated on social media whether we were still at a level 3 in Hamilton County or not. And they did say that right now the sheriff is keeping it in Hamilton County, Ohio at a level 3 snow emergency. What does that mean? For now, all roads closed to non-emergency, non-essential use. You're supposed to call and check in with your work if you were supposed to go to work and check in with them, but stay off the road unless it's an emergency or essential use right now in Hamilton County. Now, as we take a look around, here's probably a reason why that is happening. Some of the roads look okay, but these entrance ramps and exit ramps, this is right near downtown Cincinnati coming off of 471, are still very slick. We do have one issue as we go up to near Lebanon, and State Route 350 at South Nixon Camp Road is still closed right now, but coming back around the 275 loop.
That's the best I've ever seen.
That is looking good. That is out actually in going to Indiana on 275 near US 50, but you get up here near US 42, and those entrance ramps and exit ramps are where people have been having problems this morning. And then 275 up near 71 in Ohio, that has been reported as being slick. Out near Kellogg, it looks okay.
It's a little better.
I wanted
this
to give
is
you
more like what we're seeing though, because crews cannot get deep enough. They can't get to that last layer.
Yeah,
so cold.
You're exactly right, and you can watch them go off the ramp, but if you don't have a great vehicle in the snow, sometimes you end up like this vehicle right here off to the side of the road. 75 for some reason between like Mitchell and downtown has been really bad. Like it's hard to see the pavement there. And here's another look near the Western Hills Viaduct and at the Brent Spence Bridge this morning. These are a couple secondary roads if I have time really fast.
No, I think this is important.
Yeah, because we don't always get those. This is Coleraine Avenue right near 275, and you can see that the roads are passable if you have to be out, but kind of still snow covered and slick. This is 747 at State Route 4. Again, you can see some pavement, but looks like it would be a slick drive out here.
Can I just give a shout out really quick to Jen, by the way? Some of where these are being cut off, and she has them memorized. Do you realize how many she just went through? That is impressive, my friend.
Well, how many times have I done this?
I know, but still, that's a lot. That's a lot to keep track of, because to the naked eye myself, everything looks alike. So good job, Jen.
Thank you. And this is State Route 28 at 48. And the road there doesn't look too bad. Could be slick. But here's what people are having to deal with, though. The snow-covered cars trying to get out of the driveways. Shout out to my husband, who last night went out there and cleared off his truck, made sure the driveway was all clear, turned the truck around so it was pointing out towards the road so that I could get out early this morning. So otherwise it would have been kind of very difficult for me. But we've got crews that are out live in the elements and seeing what it's like on some of those secondary roads.
Yes, we want to check in with meteorologist Paul Poteet. He was keeping us smiling indoors yesterday, but unfortunately today is out in the elements. Did we lose him?
Is he out there, or is it weather first? Did we? No, he's there.
There he is.
Look, it's Giant Paul. He's in between the two of us.
Why am I giant? Oh, because I'm in between the two of you? I thought maybe I was giant because I'm wearing like 100 pounds of clothes underneath this coat. TV adds 10 pounds, and then this weather, if you dress for it, adds like another 20. I got to tell you guys, I may be losing my faculties. I was asking Ed, our photographer, earlier, we're along Vine Street right now, downtown, right? And I was asking him, why is that car just stopped at the road? Are they stuck or something? And he said, yeah, Paul, there's a traffic light, which I had totally forgotten that we were standing right by a traffic light. So it was good, actually, that they were stopped at that time. Now, you mentioned when you were talking traffic a moment ago about people, the on-off ramps are still dicey. I mean, just to give you a little microcosm of that, Ed and one of the valet parking guys along here on Vine Street was just helping somebody who was stuck in that right there because they had actually they were going the wrong way on Vine, and had, I think at some point realized they were going the wrong way and sort of panicked, and they were going to turn around and back up and then come back out again, but they got stuck in just that I mean, it may not look like much on TV, but it doesn't take a whole lot. But people are trying to dig out. I'm looking at a parking garage across the street at 600 Vine right now, and there's two guys. One of them's not wearing a hat. Kids these days. There are two guys who are shoveling out, trying to make the connection to the street where they still have some, snow. So you're going to just find these places where maybe the street is okay, like even downtown here from what we found driving around this morning. But man, you take a left or a right turn and all of a sudden you're just in the thick of it. Earlier, we had some looks at the trucks that were loading up the snow and, literally taking it out on trucks there, some of the snow that they had cleared before. So that's the way it looked in the pre-dawn hours of the morning as the city tries to, it's math at some point. You got so much of it, and Mother Nature isn't going to make it go away with any kind of melting anytime soon around here. It's bone-chilling cold, has been, is still out here this morning. It's noticeably colder than it was if you were out clearing your driveway at all yesterday. It's colder today. We're in that point where if your skin is exposed, that frostbite in about 15, 20 minutes at these temperatures. And I have thicker gloves that I brought with me, but I have thinner gloves on right now just to be able to use my telephone. And I can tell you, I already feel a tingling. And it's because I'm excited to be on ARC Cincinnati. And B, I think it's because it's already beginning to affect my extremities, if I may use such language on this UHF station. I'm sorry, ladies, in advance for
That's the first sign of frostbite. You better get inside, friend.
Yes.
That's right. I know, right?
All right, you go get warm.
I should know better.
What he does for us.
Well, I know.
Appreciate
He's
you,
a
Paul.
giver.
You are just the best comic relief.
I know.
That we could have during a snowstorm. I want to make mention of this too. If you weren't out clearing everything off yesterday, for one, it is going to be too cold to be out there. For two, you're going to have some ice. It's going to be hard to get stuff off. I couldn't even get my windows open this morning.
Oh, we need to watch this.
We're seeing some pictures that a viewer took of a car making a U-turn at the intersection.
No, it's very dangerous.
No.
Yeah, it's okay, but
because buses can't stop. So the Cincinnati Metro slammed into this SUV. We've reached out to police in Cincinnati Metro about this incident, and neither has responded at this time. But Metro says any updates on services will come through their transit app and Metro's Detour blog. In a Facebook post, it says their buses cannot stop safely on snowy or icy hills. So you should try to board at the top or the bottom of hills and certainly don't pull out in front of them. Meantime, the Transit Authority of Northern Kentucky is expected to resume normal services this morning starting at 9. But I was trying to say that you could have some ice in your car, making it really difficult to even get in for some of us.
And be sure to give crews plenty of room. The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet posted this video out of Gallatin County on social media yesterday. They write that this is a good example of driving way too close to our crews. The Transportation Cabinet says, quote, "When you see our crews, please give them plenty of space to work." We were saying the other day, if the salt is hitting your vehicle, you're too close,
hearing the
right?
pings,
You're
too close. And what I felt like I saw a lot on the roads is people were like, well, I'm not going to fall in behind them, but I'm going to go to the sides of them. The spray of the salt comes out in a triangle. You are still way too close if you're riding right up next to them. So I know it can be frustrating, but I promise you're in a safer spot to be behind than going to the side and try and zoom out ahead of them. So it's definitely one of those points where, thankfully, with this storm, it was so bad that most people didn't have to worry about that. They stayed off the roads because we had some extreme numbers. I forgot to bring over my weather clicker, so let me go get it.
It's right here.
I think we're going to talk through weather. Is Jen going to hang out with me through my entire forecast? Okay, good. So Jen,
I get to be in a weather forecast?
Yes, you can point to whatever you want.
Oh, really? Can
to.
I? Okay.
14 inches, 14.2 Batesville and Crittenden. Those were our biggest totals. I actually thought it was going to be Middletown. Paul and I were watching Middletown just continue to be higher than everybody else. You got a heavy swath at points yesterday. Do you know how much you got at your house? Did you get out of?
No, we didn't measure. I should have.
Yeah.
I can tell you it was up to here when I went outside at one point, and that's a lot of snow.
I haven't been home yet.
Oh, I know. You've been here the
So
whole time.
I know that around my house, upwards of about 10 inches or so was what estimated at my house. But you can see a lot more locations at that 10-inch mark. Cleves at 10.5, exactly 10 in Maineville and in Wyoming, and then just a little bit less for some of us. 9.5 in Mason, but down towards Georgetown at 8. We did get a little sleet in some isolated spots. I had a few viewers yesterday where it got really loud. What is that? It's sleet. Sleet was mixing in with the snow, so that lowered totals, but this played out, thankfully, very similar to what we were expecting. I mean, models at points were saying we were going to get 18, 20 inches of snow. Think about that, how much worse it would have been. And we couldn't believe it. And we were staying very conservative with our numbers. And thankfully it paid off. It was scary. I wanted it to get started snowing so that we could start to see if our forecast was really on track. And thankfully it was. And we made our way into the record books. There it is, number 7. 9.2, so 10.2 was our total for the weekend. 9.2 was yesterday. First time in the 2000s for seeing a number that big. All the rest in the 1900s, other than 8.3 there, 215 of 2010. So it's been a long time since we've had that amount of snow. And happy to report, Jen, especially as you were talking about all the roads, that we don't have any additional snow.
Yay.
So other than a few flakes that are going to fly around, I think today is going to be on the quieter side. It's just so cold. Temperatures are going to fall for us from the 10 of a high today down into single digits, but it's going to feel like we're about as cold as 20 below tonight. So for today, cold weather advisory, but it's tonight that extreme cold warning. So we're going to wake up. We're going to be coming into work. It's going to be 15 to 20 below. I mean, just brutal. Within a few minutes, you can get frostbite in conditions like that.
Do you think there'll be more school closings tomorrow because of that?
For sure.
I don't know what districts
Usually it's the
measure.
15. It's usually 15 below is the point where they'll
Wind
call.
chill?
Yes,
Okay.
that they'll call out. And we could be as cold as 20 below. So I would say schools are going to be out for tomorrow, maybe even into Wednesday, because we actually get a little colder again on Wednesday. But we'll see if we get any sort of advisories in place.
Do we have more snow coming quickly on Wednesday?
A little bit.
Maybe a
It's
little
like
bit.
a half of an inch,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, air traffic, as you would imagine, is heavily disrupted around much of the U.S. About 12,000 flights were canceled yesterday, and nearly 20,000 were delayed, according to FlightAware. Crews working hard at CVG to clear up runways there. But there are still storms affecting travel today. It does look really cool. Yeah, but we want to see what things look like in your corner of the tri-state. So let's see. This was sent to us by Nicole. Yes. She says the folks in Blanchester received 8.7 inches
I love the little
of snow.
snow caps. They look like, what are those little candies?
Oh, yes. What are those
snow
candies?
caps?
Dots?
They're like, they have the white little ball.
Oh,
What
the
is
snow
that?
ones.
Isn't it the
I think
snow
it is a
cap?
snow
I think
cap.
it is, but that's exactly what it looks like. All right, it's a snowman. But it's flat. I love it. Jack sent this video to us and do you want to build a snowman? That's a much easier way. I like that a lot.
Very cool. Well, look at this cutie. Mary sent us this picture. Let's see it right here of riding our 2-month-old Brixton. We don't have it. Oh, I don't think we have it. Nope, it's not working. We're going to give it one
Just wait
second.
a second. Can I say the reason why we have flat snowmen? This snow was so light and fluffy because it was so dry. It was very crystally. It looks beautiful. It's going to look stunning in the sun.
Yeah.
When we get some sun to shine off of those crystals, you're going to be taking all the pictures. But it is so light and fluffy. It is not good for snowballs. It is not good for snowmen. And maybe a little bit better as it gets compacted, but then it gets really hard and you could really hurt somebody with one of those snowballs. So not exactly suggesting it, but we've had some incredible pictures that you guys have been sending in. They have made our morning.
They have.
All the different ways that you've been measuring the snow. We certainly appreciate it. You can check out all of those fun pictures at local12.com/chime-in as well.
All right, time now is 8:13.
Yep, we've got schools canceled today, but how about learning something new? We're talking science, the science of salts and snow removal. That's up next on ARC Cincinnati. Do we...
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
All right, so it's a question most of us have this morning. When will my street be cleared or plowed again? Well, if you live in the city of Cincinnati, the city limits, you have this resource. This is the City of Cincinnati's snowplow tracker that is new as of this winter. So as we take a look at it here, it's on the city's website, and you can see where they have plowed. What has been salted and plowed is the orange. Pre-treatment is the yellow. Salted is the blue, so we've got a couple over there, and plowed is green. So I don't see a lot of green in the spot right now, but they have been salting and plowing.
I wish they had a clear line.
I should say.
Because just because it's plowed doesn't mean it's clear.
Well, right, but salted and plowed obviously is probably better than just plowed.
Yeah.
So that's good that we see a lot of orange and pre-treatment.
But we're not seeing many problems,
not
like
a
reported problems.
No, so that's good. So we're keeping an eye on the city one for you, but in Indiana as well.
Yeah, so snowplows in Indiana, they're equipped with cameras, which is pretty cool. I know Jen always taps into this. So we want to take a look around. Jen, help me with this, because what am I?
So this is on 511in.org.
Okay.
So you can see traffic cameras are the gray ones. So we can see a traffic camera. So that's 74 up near mile marker 169.
Looks like I got one lane.
Yeah, they got one lane there.
Safe.
And I'm going to have to close this. I apologize for reaching. But the blue dots are the snowplows. So you can actually see, as of 8:08 this morning, this is a snowplow on US 50. It looks like in this area, and these dots show you the route that they've been on.
Super
Isn't that
cool.
neat?
Yeah.
And so you can go up near Guilford, Indiana, and take a look at what those roads look like in Guilford right there. These are some of the spots where we don't have ODOT cameras. That does not look so great right there. That's on Indiana 250. So we're getting out to some of the real side roads here, Indiana 129. So this is a resource that everybody can look at.
You know what's funny for me personally? I don't mind seeing some snow on the roads, but when it's compacted, it feels like that's when it gets really slick, and that's what a lot of our roads are showing at this time. So this morning, we want to talk about the science of salt in the roads and how to get rid of it all. So let's check out some snow science. We need to come over here. We take a look at this photo from ODOT's Cincinnati District 8.
Oh, look at us. We're in a different area now.
Whole different studio, actually. These trucks are filled to the brim with salt. So you may know that salt can help melt the snow, but have you ever thought why? So we want to talk through. So this is a calcium chloride molecule. We're getting real nerdy. This is the salt we use on the roads. Now it's slightly different than what you're going to have on your table or in your kitchen. These salt molecules have a special property, and they can lower the freezing point of water. Okay, so a little refresher. Ice freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Right. And as the salt mixes with the snow, that freezing point is brought down significantly. But here's the catch. In extremely cold temperatures, salt is less effective. Maybe you've heard that before. I'd never heard this, so I love these stats. At 30 degrees, a pound of salt can melt 46 pounds of ice. Okay, but we're not that warm. So at 20 degrees, the same salt only melts 9 pounds of ice. But here we are at nearly 0 degrees, just a few degrees warmer than obviously we've seen, and only 4 pounds of ice will be melted. That means that our crews have to have tons, literal tons of salt to keep the roads clear, which is why they have to keep going back and filling up. This does pose some risk, unfortunately, to local wildlife when that salt is then washed away and into our local waterways. So scientists have tested other alternatives like alfalfa meal, coffee grounds. It would smell wonderful. Beet juice, we hear a lot about that one, and even pickle brine has been used when a local community had some extra pickle juice that they thought could help out. But it feels like nothing at this point is going to be enough to really get us clear when we're this cold.
Yeah, and that's why it's important that we continue to leave room for them to get out there and do their job, because it's going to get even colder. Wind chills, like you said, way below 0 tonight.
Yeah,
and so
15 to 20 below for tonight.
Oh my goodness.
Which is good, because I do think that kids are going to be out, so buses can stay away. But eventually, parents have got to go back to work. And so getting the roads clear, they are working every second And so we are very thankful for the hard work, and especially when you can't see your hard work, that it just looks like there's ice everywhere. Oh, it's a thankless job.
Yeah, it is. Well, a full look at the state of the highways is in the Tri-State. We're going to do that next on ARC Cincinnati. There's a look right now around a few of the roads around town. Was traffic cams, but I wasn't sure how long.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. So is he in Atlanta or is he near Aruba? I told you. I thought it was still Aruba. Lucky,
Aruba,
lucky man.
Jamaica.
Ooh, I want to take you. Very good.
Yeah, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Taking a live look now at our beautiful city that is blanketed with upwards of 10 to 14 inches of snow. It is a winter wonderland if you don't have to go anywhere, but still roads are treacherous. Secondary roads are barely touched as crews are trying to get those highways better for you. And the cold temperatures felt everywhere. This morning it feels like about 5 below. We're going to stay there into the afternoon hours, get even colder tonight, and then start to feel a little better by tomorrow afternoon, but we really don't warm up again. We don't find the freezing mark, friends, until next Tuesday, not tomorrow, next Tuesday. And that cold is not helping out our crews. The official Cincinnati snowfall reading taken at CVG Airport recorded a little more than 10 inches of snow this weekend. It was the 7th biggest one-day snowfall in Cincinnati and the most snow that we've seen in a single day in this century, which is wild to say. It's no surprise that keeping the roads clear is an uphill battle. Literally, especially around here. But here to talk about how road crews have been working around the clock is Matt Berning from the Ohio Department of Transportation. Matt, good morning to you.
Well, good morning to you.
Did you get any sleep? Have you been awake 48 hours through this as well, or?
I've gotten a little bit of sleep, but I tell you what, this is easy compared to what our men and women in those snowplows are dealing with in those 12-hour shifts. That has got to take a toll for sure.
No kidding. So let's talk about that. What kind of conditions are your crews finding right now?
Well, really fighting a lot of snow-covered roadways. Even though the snow has stopped falling from the sky, we're still dealing with some snow-covered roads because of the super cold conditions that you talked about. And I loved the science experiment and the science lesson that you gave earlier. I even had a couple of the materials here. I was ready to jump in with you. This is one of the materials we'll add to salt to help activate it at lower levels. This is another. This is called beet heat. It's actually made with some beet juice. So we try to use those things to activate that salt at those lower temperatures so that hopefully we can break up some of that snowpack and ice that's on those roadways and get these roads back up to speed as quickly as possible.
So are you actively adding those mixtures into the salt right now?
Yeah, so they mix it in with the salt at the spinner in some cases. In other cases, they'll mix it in with the brine that we make in-house. There are other products that we can use, calcium chloride, magnesium chloride. These are materials that will lower that activation point of the salt and make it work at those lower temperatures, but it still takes longer to do. It's just not as effective as if it were, say, 25 degrees outside with all of the snow and ice. It'd be a lot easier to get the roads back up to speed. But our men and women are up to the task. They'll get it done. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
Do you think that's your biggest challenge through this snow event, is the cold?
Yeah, I mean, you look back, it sort of reminded me a lot of the storm that hit us in the Christmas of 2022. We got that snow and then the super cold temperatures, a little less wind with this one than we had with that particular event, but that will be another challenge. Northwest Ohio, we've seen a lot more blowing and drifting snow because of that light powdery snow. Moves around pretty quickly with just a little bit of wind. So that will be the big challenge, is the cold temperature, any little bit of wind that we get that blows the snow back across our roadways. These are the things that our crews are going to be dealing with over the next 24 to 48 hours, maybe even longer. I mean, we're not looking at temperatures getting much higher than the teens and maybe some 20s, I think, right?
Yeah,
for the rest of the week.
We were just taking a look at some of the cameras. Do you have suggestions for those that eventually get to go out on area roadways? We're still at that level 3 where emergency personnel, that's all that it's allowed on the roads. So once eventually parents and coworkers are back out on the roads and we're seeing still those slick spots, where's the best part of the road to drive to make sure that we can get in to where we need to be safely?
Well, during a storm, our goal is going to be to keep roads passable, not perfect. And they're going to focus on one lane, for example, on the highways. It's going to usually be that right lane because you've got exit and entrance ramps, getting into the highway there. So they're going to work on focusing all their efforts on getting that one lane to try to get it down to bare pavement. And then they'll move across the rest of the highway. So certainly if I were to need to be driving today, I would plan ahead. It's going to take a lot longer to reach my destination today than it did on Friday. And I'd stay in that right lane, because that's going to be the one that's probably going to be in the best condition.
Now, I know you do primary roads first and then secondary roads. Have you guys even started to get to those secondary roads? How does that work?
Yeah, so for ODOT, every plow has a dedicated route. And so we have been on all 43,000 lane miles of our system here in the state of Ohio several times already since that storm began. They'll continue on those routes. Obviously, we're going to put more resources into the primary routes. Our goal is to get those back up to speed within 2 hours of the end of a snow event. And the secondary routes, you try to get those back up to speed within 4 hours of the end of a snow event. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit challenging with the conditions that we're facing with this particular storm, but we hit that goal 99.3% of the time last winter, so pretty good at it once the snow stops. But again, the cold temperature is really going to be the biggest challenge for us in this particular snow event.
Because it is so cold and because the Arctic area isn't going anywhere, and I hate to do this to you, I'm sorry, friend, I get asked this question a lot in the weather world. Do you have an estimate for me when you think the roads are going to be better for a lot of us? Do you have any sort of idea on where we stand now and in the future days?
Sure.
To drive?
Sure. I mean, we continue to see progression even today. Roads are better today than they were 24 hours ago. They'll be better in 24 hours than they are right now. I would say to get everything back up across the entire state, and obviously it's going to vary from location to location in the state, but it would probably be midweek before we have everything back up to speed, just again because of the rough, cold temperatures, and just a little bit of that wind is going to make a big difference in areas where we see that blowing and drifting snow. So, I would say, look, if you have to travel anywhere in the state of Ohio, really even this week, I would just plan that those trips are going to take a little longer because you're going to have to slow down and drive a little differently now than you did a week ago.
Matt Bruning, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I know you've been very busy. Tell all of your workers, your drivers, thank you so much for working so hard for us to keep us safe on the roads. We appreciate you.
We'll certainly do that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We need to check in with Jen now. She's also tracking the roads. Seeing any problems out there, Jen?
Yes. In fact, right as I was just clicking on this, and I didn't get this on my map, I want to let you know that ODOT just reported that there's a crash up near Monroe, blocking the 2 center lanes. So the 2 center lanes of 75 northbound are blocked right past State Route 63, the Monroe Lebanon exit. And again, I didn't even get the time to get that on my map. So that was a new incident there. So if you're heading up towards Monroe or past, you're going to see a slowdown because of that. I do want to remind you in Hamilton County, I just rechecked Hamilton County EMA to see if this had changed. And so far, we still remain under a level 3 in Hamilton County snow emergency for now. All roads closed to non-emergency, non-essential use. Call your work if you need to be somewhere and talk to them about what they do in that. And a lot of that is probably due to some of the exit ramps and entrance ramps and your elevated surfaces. This is 71 right near downtown Cincinnati, and this is very slick, although some cars, maybe with four-wheel drive are doing okay on it. But if you don't have that, be very careful out there. There's 275 around the loop this morning from out in Indiana over to areas like this, which Hamilton County is reminding people, ODOT is reminding people this is 275 right over 71, and that still looks like it could be slick in spots as well. As we take a look around 75 for some reason has been a real problem spot this morning with not a lot of lanes. We just saw that car kind of veer over to the side there and get a little bit slick. He got himself back, or they got themselves back onto the road okay. These are a couple secondary roads I wanted to show you. This is up near State Route 48. So out on the northeast side of town. That doesn't look too bad at that intersection. This is 128 near New London Road. So up near the Millville area, you're looking at some snow-covered roads there still. 27 Coleraine Avenue right at Commons Circle Drive. Did it slide right here, this one? Yeah, so that's where we really need to be careful, especially those entrance ramps and exit ramps. When you're coming around some of those turns, that's where you could come across some slick spots. But again, I just wanted to remind you, since I didn't get it on my map, 2 lanes blocked, 75 northbound, just past the Monroe exit. We will be right back, and we'll take another look coming up.
It's okay, 2 minutes.
Local 12 winter weather coverage, sponsored by Wrecker and Berger and AAA.
Good morning. Welcome back to ARC Cincinnati. I'm Jen Dalton.
And I'm meteorologist Tara Blake. It has been quite a morning watching all the cameras and the snow continuing to stick around. Our roads are still very, very slick, and it's also just brutally cold out there.
It is, and that doesn't help things out. And
Yeah.
we want to get a look at some of the secondary roads and show you what things look like right now outside. Let's send things over to Chelsea Sick. She's out in the Milford area now, I believe. Hey, Chelsea.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're just outside of downtown Milford on US 50, and these more main roads are starting to look so much better than they looked when we first got out here around 4 o'clock this morning. Take a look. This is the most pavement I've seen on any roadway in more than 24 hours. So this is really a great change of pace here. We know that crews have been out working all night long since that snow stopped to really get this cleared up. And now that the sun is up, hopefully that helps a little bit as well. But it is so cold out here. We were just on a residential road a little bit ago, and those are still snow covered. So we were over looking at 275 earlier this morning, and there was one lane that was not covered, but the other two were still snow covered, and people were trying to get to work. We're going to get back up there and check in on that around 9 o'clock this morning over on Local 12, so we'll have an update then. But I was talking to the highway superintendent here in Claremont County. He said that their crews have been out all night long working on this, but their biggest problem is that it's so cold, so getting that bottom layer rather of snow is so tough. And we know Claremont County is still under a level 2 snow emergency this morning, so if you don't have to go out, if it's not necessary, they're asking you to stay home. Sheriff Chris Stratton told me that the reason they didn't move up to a level 3 was because people were staying home and giving crews plenty of room to work. I just saw on social media before I came out for this live shot that the Chick-fil-A in Milford, Miami Township is closed today for the safety of their employees. So that's going to be one thing. If you're home today and you're hoping to go out and get food or go to the store, you may want to call ahead or check social media before you get out the door, because a lot of these places are closed today. This is usually a busy route to get downtown for people to work. It's pretty quiet here this morning. Back to you on the studio.
Warm.
Can confirm, my husband tried to go to the Dunkin' Donuts this morning. The location he went to was closed. I know.
Donuts.
You know it's serious when
Yes.
Dunkin' is closed.
Yesterday, there was no one open. The only place that was Jimmy John's. And I was very thankful for them. Not a sponsor, just giving my shout out that I was able to get food, and I was very excited about it. All right, this was a widespread storm system that affected millions of Americans. We want to show you what things look like just a little further north.
Yeah, Rocky Walter from our sister station in Columbus shows us what things look like in Chillicothe.
Here in Chillicothe, we're still in that level 3 snow emergency for Ross County. That means people are not allowed to go on the roadways if they are not an emergency vehicle or an emergency worker. Today, the roads are looking a little bit different than yesterday. ODOT tells me they're looking better, but not good. So you could see finally some concrete on the floor. But when you look over here on the side roads are still facing some struggles. They actually just moments ago finally plowed this road, but as you could see, they're not able to do a bunch of passes on these side roads because they have a lot of ground to cover. So a lot of people, especially those in the medical industry I've talked with this morning, they tell me they've been stuck in the surrounding area, not able to go home, because this weather is making it dangerous for them to try to leave. So I spoke with a woman who said she was trying to avoid the storm. Here's what she had to say.
I have been up here since Saturday, early evening, just to try to avoid the snowstorm.
And does it feel like you avoided? How does it feel like you did?
I feel like I did well not having to drive in it, but I do not feel like I avoided the snowstorm. However, they got more ice down there, so I did avoid the ice.
Now, Chillicothe Police Department tells me that level 3 snow emergency has been successful. There have not been a lot of accidents or a lot of people who've been stuck in the snow to where they're needing emergency services. But they still are advised not to go out. It is still dangerous. A lot of the secondary roadways still look like this. So there's some slipping, some sliding going on. The woman I just spoke with not too long ago told me that she saw people stuck in ditches who were advising her, saying, hey, don't drive this way, you will get stuck. So really, people are just trying to make it through this storm. On your side in Chillicothe, I'm Rocky Walker reporting.
Well, we have the Weather Authority here at Local 12, but there is a young and up-and-coming meteorologist that we would love to show you. Let us introduce you to 11-year-old Avery.
It's 4:48 p.m. in southern Ohio, and we are waiting on the snow. It should start in about, like, say, half an hour or an hour, and we're going to be measuring it with weenies. No! A full weenie! We have a full weenie of snow, and look how hard it's snowing. 7 a.m. And you can see how hard it's snowing, the big flakes now. It's going to be like this all day. It's a video of your weenie weather update. And it's 5:42 p.m. Very cold outside, it's still snowing. It should stop soon though. Weenies with the snow.
Tired.
He is that little giggle.
When he says it's one weenie high or whatever.
And he's like, I know I shouldn't say this, but I so want to. It's so cute.
It's very
Honestly,
fun.
though, I don't know how many hot dogs would have been measured in some of our spots like Creighton did that had 14 inches.
Right, I know.
We're gonna have to hire him.
Right, yeah. We like to see your photos and videos. And you can upload them at local12.com/chime-in. And we feature them on the air and online. And you'll find there that there's different sections. So if you want to, share somebody's birthday, but around this time we're particularly looking for whether it's a fun video like that, or you have some, areas you want to show us. You live in a certain part of town, because we can't be everywhere. We don't have cameras everywhere, so we like to see what it looks like in your part of town.
Well, and when Paul and I both arrived on Saturday to get prepped and ready, the only thing in there was cat videos at first, because Paul always asks for Catterday. And he's like, we want to separate. We do not want you to put your cat in the snow, but we need your snow videos and we need your snow pictures, because really everything picked up late.
Right.
And so nobody really had sent in any pictures yet. So it will just make you smile. There are all different kind of categories that'll make you smile. And yeah, there's lots of cats because of our very famous Catterday by meteorologist Paul Petit.
He loves the cats.
Yes, he does.
We want to take a look outside at a couple different cameras around town. So guys upstairs, if you just want to hit all the different ODOT cameras that I've got posted up there. Let's see, this one is 75 from Cincinnati Dayton Road down to the Brent Spence Bridge. And I'm telling you what, that bottom left camera, I don't know what it is about 75 this morning, but it's kind of been one of the worst interstates between that's up near Mitchell down to the Brent Spence Bridge.
People are staying smart though. They're all together.
They are
staying in that line.
following the same line there. But you can, they're getting through. But again, we're on a level 3 in Hamilton County right now. But let's take a look. I don't know if we have time or you want me to look at another different camera. This is the one at some secondary roads. That top right one is State Route 28 at 48, I believe. The bottom left is 128 at New London Road. And then we've got US 27 Colerain Avenue at Common Circle Drive. And we've been watching people kind of slide to the right there as they're taking turns through that area. So just be careful out there this morning. Add some extra time. Take it easy so you don't feel like you have to
right in the
fly
middle.
through
Right
the
in the middle
roads.
when you're making a turn. There is just kind of a pile up there. I don't know if it gets missed in the progressions of our snow trucks, and so just be careful. And I know going up some of our hills, you got to get some speed on it so that you can actually make it up and not slide down. But yet at the same time, you don't want to go too fast because there are cars lined up against the road, and oh man, it's still so stressful.
Big hill that leads up to where we are at the station.
2 hills actually.
Two if you come that way. I have a secret way I'll tell you about.
Okay, well, I need to know.
Yeah, but anyway.
You've been withholding this for 10 years. I've been here for almost 10 years.
No, there's still the hill, but it makes it a little easier.
Is it Liberty?
No, I go up Reading, and then I go to McGregor by the Shell station, and then I whip around on Highland, and then you can go, you get a little bit of momentum coming up here.
Wow.
And the hill is not as big as the Dorchester Hill.
I actually
sharing a little bit of inside information for you.
I like that a lot. Yeah. It may not help as many people as we want, but it will help us. And
it does help me a little bit.
I turned my camera on because I wanted to see, and I literally heard me right before making the big turn because I didn't know if I'd have enough force. You can hear me go. I was like, maybe I shouldn't share this because I was worried. I'm like, are we going to make it? And I have an SUV.
I had my husband's big 4x4 truck, and I still coming earlier because I left at 3 o'clock this morning, so it was, not as much had been treated. But
right. Yeah. We're trying to keep you updated on it all. Stick around. I think we're going to be checking in with our friend Bob Herzog.
I think so.
So stay tuned. We don't know where he is and what he's doing, but we're going to find out.
Where in the world is Bobby? Bob?
Hey, buddy, do you do you like the I'm doing a vertical thing here. You want me to switch it to horizontal? Switch, yeah. All right. Well, that's oh, is that better? Oh, now I got to reconfigure here. Hang on a second. I did, but I didn't know if Zooms were like different. I don't know what's happening. Hi, everybody.
Bob is not here. He is not in this picture. We've got him coming up in just a second. Miami of Ohio, looking beautiful. I mean, it's a winter wonderland. At times we have that snow globe feel. If you don't have to get on area roadways, it's a good day to just sit inside with a cup of warm coffee, or my kids love hot cocoa on a cold, snowy day. A lot of students were impacted by this. I don't know about Miami of Ohio. Do you know if they're in? I think UC is out.
I do not know about Miami.
They're out. They're out too.
They're out?
So
okay.
Look how.
Don't get me started. But we're going to talk to Bob. I'm going to go on an old man rant like Bob does. Back in my day, we didn't cancel classes.
Same. They didn't cancel for snow.
No,
never.
No.
But no additional snow really expected for us here today or in the upcoming days. But it's just the brutal cold.
Yeah. Well, last year he went viral for his snow coverage, but this time around he is suspiciously missing. Where in the world is Bobby Herzog? Well, we know. He's joining us via Zoom this morning, and he's going to, stop it right now. That is just rude. That is rude. You could have gone into your hotel room or wherever you are and pretended like you're not on some tropical
Hide in
locale.
a dark spot at least.
I was literally going to sit in front of a curtain in the room, but that seemed to be wasting an opportunity.
Is that like outside of your room, that hut? Where are you?
Yes, I'm in a casita.
Oh, a casita.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say where exactly you are, but you are not here in the tri-state. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yes, I'm in a slightly warmer destination. I'll just tell folks, I guess, at this point, because hopefully, knock on wood, I'll be home in about 12 hours. I'm in Aruba.
Oh, Jamaica.
I'm in flipping Aruba.
Aruba, Jamaica.
Ooh,
Please
I want to take you. So I had this trip planned for Callie, for my wife. She has a birthday on December 26th, and just as a getaway, just the two of us, which we don't get to do all that often, especially sort of outside of driving a couple of hours. So this was a trip that had been in the works for a long time. I promise I didn't see the storm coming and
get out of here. As soon as we heard.
You talked to the gummer. You knew. Just kidding. I'm kidding. We're kidding.
Okay. Yeah, you can ask Tara how many times I texted her. Between her and the gummer, I'm like, I am trying to figure out when, because I really did debate trying to get home a day early on Saturday.
And what did I tell you?
You said don't. You said stay exactly where you
paradise.
are.
Are you crazy?
Well, and you were right too, from the standpoint that our connection from here was in Atlanta, and they were in that ice storm warning. I think starting on Saturday afternoon. You know, so I've been joking with everybody. I'm like, saying that I'm stuck or stranded hardly feels fair. I mean, if you have to be trapped somewhere, this is not exactly the worst place to be. I will say that I actually got travel insurance for this trip, and I never do that. But it was, you know, sort of a bigger trip for us, and now I'm really glad I did, because we got ultimately, when all of our flights yesterday were canceled, we ended up getting the last available spot in this hotel for the day. And I, you know, we didn't call around to too many places or anything like that, but I would imagine there were a lot of people who were in the same situation we were.
Yeah, because there's a lot going into being stuck. I mean, it's nice that you're in a paradise, but you know, there's the cost of the hotel, and can you find one? What do you do if you can't find one? And what if the next flight you can find is like in 5 days? So it's not always fun and games to be stuck even in paradise. But you said you think if all goes well, you might be back within the next 12 hours? Today.
Okay, so here's the thing. Our flight today. So our original flight would have taken us through Atlanta. Even if I'd have been able to move up a day, it was going to be through Atlanta. Today, all we could find was something through Boston. So I'm flying, which got like 20 inches of snow.
I was going to say the storm's like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm flying from here